Greetings, my excellent friends, and welcome to the second session in our Vampire the Masquerade Chronicle City of Dread. With me tonight are my four players, starting from the top left with the wonderful night city kind of background. We have Snip. If you would care to let everyone know who you are, if they don't know already.
Good friend of Gav's, Finnish guy. Some of you like me, some of you, some of you love me. So
yes, those are the two states of being for Snip. It's like lukewarm to positive or overwhelming devotion. Nothing in between.
Hopefully the latter.
Yes. In our top right, our voice in the shadows and the darkness, we have hypothetical Velociraptor as Flynn, the Bruja, who is very under control.
Oh, I'm calm. I'm in control. I've got this. Trust me, I've got this. I swear.
Yes, no unfortunate incidences today.
Look, it was one security guard, just one. It could have been two, but it was one. I feel like I'm cutting down.
That's true. I'd say that the difference between 1 and 2 is not as big as the difference between 1 and 0, but there's room for improvement, and I think that's wonderful. All right, in our bottom left...
Were you on a break?
I think that guy had several breaks. Like, I don't know. How badly did you hurt him when you rendered him unconscious, Blue Moon? Was it just like airway, or did you crack some bones?
Wasn't planning to crack any bones.
Okay, so no breaks then. Just some blood drainage. Alright. In our bottom left, we have Blue Moon Empress as Katia the Gangrel, who is very effective at disabling security guards non-lethally, and probably would have done better if she was there alone. But, you know, as things go. And in our bottom right, we have Ruthie on Fire as Joanne, our Malkavian child of the prince, with lots of weight and responsibility on their shoulders and great expectations, despite only being a sucker of blood for about a month-ish.
Lots of high-pressure situations, right up my alley.
Yeah.
I absolutely function under pressure, what you're talking about.
Well, I believe you. I believe you. You did great. But we'll see. We'll see how things go tonight. As
so we shall.
Things get a little more real. We'll see. All right.
Yes, so under control. So
Yes.
Fine.
You got this. The four of you have got this. I am a supportive DM who believes in all of you. Your existence, that is. Not your ability to succeed. So, before we get into the action, allow me to set the scene. Remind everybody of what the hell it is you're watching. Vampire the Masquerade is the title of our game, and it is set in the world of darkness. A world much like our own, but with certain horrors lurking out there in the night. Here are four such. Our four players will once again step into the role of a coterie of vampires, carving out their place in the night. This is often a story of horror, a story of survival, and a story of politics, Vampire the Masquerade, as vampires must hide their nature from the general public in order to survive. They must live in cities with other vampires without stepping on each other's toes, poaching from each other's territory, causing disturbances. And they must fight every night against the monster, gripping tightly onto their soul, as they try not to give in to the murderous whims of the beast within. In our first session, last time, one of our number did indeed fail such a struggle, and an innocent human life was taken as a result, as we mentioned.
I mean, do we know he's innocent?
That's a good point. Would you like to go back to the scene of your crime and find out?
Just CSI vampire it up? No, I think we'll pass.
Alright. Probably for the best. Let me play this. Our story takes place in a fictional city. Shadeport, or as it is known colloquially, the City of Dread. Now, Shadeport could exist in any sort of Western kind of nation, could be in Australia, could be in America, could be anywhere. We have players from all corners of the earth, so I decided it would be a lot simpler to just make everything up. So 5 years before our story starts, the vampires of Shadeport were all killed or driven out in a great purge as vampire hunters converged on the city. The details of what happened are super hazy because of that. Since vampires hide, they don't exactly have blogs and news sources that everyone can watch and read. So, a lot of it's the stuff of rumors. Thankfully, though, this event was covered up. The general public were none the wiser. After a few weeks of the odd terrorist incident or gang fight, everything settled down, and the vampires were gone. Now, after years of Shadeport living pretty much monster-free, the vampires, or kindred, as they call themselves, to get a bit of subtlety in that, are back, looking to take advantage of all the free real estate. Now, our coterie works for the Camarilla, which is kind of a secret society or vampire government that aims to keep the kindred populace under tight control in order to keep from attracting too much hunter attention. With a government in place, a strict set of rules for everyone to follow, everyone gets their feed, without too much chaos, without breaches of the Masquerade, without a purge like what happened before. Now, before that purge, the Camarilla, they controlled every piece of kindred business in Shadeport, which is interesting, considering everything went to shit, despite their control, but hey. Now they control but a mere handful of neighborhoods. And they have a lot of scouting, negotiating, and no doubt fighting to do before total control can be regained. Because the Camarilla might be the largest faction of kindred in Western civilization, present in most cities, but they're by no means the only one. And in a city with minimal Camarilla presence, as Shadeport was up until very recently, alternatively minded individuals tend to pop up like weeds. In our last session, our coterie met for the very first time. Flynn and Katia, outsiders from clans technically not welcome in the Camarilla at present, looking to shake off that poor reputation and join up. And we have Joanne, fledgling child of the leader of the Camarilla in Shadeport, the Prince Juliet Hammersley. And these three were tested with a simple job: retrieve a crate from a warehouse. The job went acceptably. Arguably, everything was a success. A little bit of mess, but otherwise fine. Inside the crate, they found a body. Nulai, our fourth and final coterie member, who had been smuggled across the ocean for reasons as yet unknown by a mysterious person known only as Jack. Jack did not come with Nulai, but he left a message for Prince Juliet, demanding that she give Nulai a fresh start in Shadeport, under the Camarilla, with no questions asked, and due to some undisclosed debt, the prince did as she was told. Nulai was welcomed. And so, delivering Nulai to the prince's mansion, all four of our vampires were accepted as proper members of the Camarilla, Flynn and Katia receiving their official invitations, Joanne being released officially as an independent kindred, no longer considered a child, beholden to their sire and not responsible for their own actions. That protection is now gone. As proper members of the Camarilla, they will work for the prince, and for whoever the prince assigns them to. They've chosen to accept the protection and direct supervision of Mikhail, the sheriff of the Shadeport Camarilla, whose job it effectively is to enforce the Camarilla traditions and rules upon other kindred. And their first task will be to secure a specific neighborhood, which they will then reside in and protect. As the sun rises, most of our coterie take to bed in the prince's mansion as her personal guests, and the day passes like a snap of the finger. When a vampire sleeps, they're not really sleeping, they're just out. The sun has come up and their bodies shut down. With great effort they could wake, but it takes a toll. So it's not until the light fades. As the workday ends, mortal society begins to wind down, some heading home, others heading out to party. Our vampires rise up, ready to take on the night and further their goals. Now one from our coterie slept away from everyone else. Flynn, our Bruja, declined the invitation to stay with the prince and went back to her own haven, where she was met by a mysterious individual and had a discussion with him that we did not really get to see a lot of. We did see that at his command, she drank blood from his wrist. That person is no longer at Flynn's home as she wakes up. She is alone. Is there anything that you would like to do before you make your way back to Prince Juliet's mansion to meet everybody else?
Not before, no. I don't think so.
Okay.
Although, I would have gotten someone's number, I'm assuming.
You've noted that down.
I mean, like, someone left the coterie.
Well,
I'm guessing probably
that's a
mine.
question of whether you guys shared and which of you own phones and which don't. For example, I don't believe, Nulai, you have any
No.
smartphone. So
Yeah,
I do.
My possessions were thoroughly investigated.
yes, I believe they amounted to a pack of smokes, a lighter, and a USB stick with the audio message on it, right?
Yep.
Not to, like, share with everybody what's in your pockets, but because they would have known. Anyhow.
in that case, no. I'll grab what I was given, grab the bike, and head up to the mansion, I guess.
Very good. Right, so you're getting into your bike. Now, you brought a van with you and left it, I imagine, parked around where you are.
Yep.
The van is still there. It hasn't been taken away. It's not yours, but it was given to you to transport the crate, and it does not appear to have been taken back, so score, I suppose.
It's my van now.
Yeah. Right. In that case, it'll take you a while to travel off and make it to where everyone else is, so we'll leave you driving as the others wake up and see what they wish to do with the beginning of their day.
Sounds good.
So,
I stayed. It was. Oh no, I went out. That's right.
you did. I imagine you would have either
I had a
come
tasty
home
morsel.
to sleep, or would you have crashed with your hookup?
That's a good question.
Is it safe?
Given that, yeah, probably not. I probably would be that one that like disappears in the middle of the night while they're still sleeping after the hookup, leaving them wondering if it was just all a dream, or like.
A real good dream. Yes. So you're probably...
And then yeah, I probably would have headed home to the prince's compound.
Okay. Well, as you guys arise, Nulai and Katya, you are in a guest wing, which is full of rooms. You're in 2 rooms next to each other. Not that you had to interact or anything, but, you know, you might see each other as you come out. Joanne, you would be in your bedroom, which is all nicely done up. You will be moving out as the headquarters is built. But for now, and probably for the next week or so, you've got your place, which is far from the guest wing, up on, I would say, like the top floor, with far enough from Juliet's room, which you will never go into. Holy shit! But it'd be one of the nice spruced up suites. Anyhow, you guys at this point can step out of your rooms if you do, and you will see servants about the place. You're not really sure what's happening. You haven't been. You were told that you guys would discuss your next tasks in the vampire equivalent of morning, but there's no one calling for you guys right now.
Huh.
Before I go on.
No, go for it.
Okay. Before I choose any action, I would need to know something about my previous meal.
That would be... Oh, that's right. Speaking of meals, we do have to do something at the dawn of a new evening. The answer to your question is, no, they weren't, so deal with it. Snap.
Very well.
But nonetheless, what we need from everybody at the dawn of a new evening is the wake-up rouse check to see who got hungrier overnight.
Oh, lovely.
Which, bottom of your first screen, scroll all the way down, bottom left, you'll see rouse and a roll button. Now, let's see. Oof, lucky Flynn. You get to stay on 0. That doesn't feel right, but okay, you get to stay on 0 hunger for now.
He was delicious.
Clearly. Nulai, however, has gone up to hunger 2. Katya has gone up to hunger 2. And Joanne?
Rouse.
Yes. There we are. You are also at hunger 2.
Yay.
Everybody peckish today. If y'all can add a dot, it's near the rouse button. You'll see hunger and then 5 dots. Hit the second one. Yes. Except for full up, satisfied Flynn, who is just sailing as you drive to the mansion. Good for bloody you.
If anyone is going to have to deal with hunger, it should rather not be Flynn.
Yeah, Flynn doesn't deal well with hunger, as we found out.
Well, I mean, the Brujah curse doesn't have a lot to do with hunger. And I mean, I'm not telling you guys this as in character knowledge, but just, it's part of the thing. Every clan has their sort of debuff. The Brujah one is just that you'll get real angry real fast, and you have, I think, dice penalties if you have to resist a fury frenzy. So maybe it's just Flynn.
He meditates on weekends.
It's a Tuesday. No, it's not. Actually, it might be. I don't know. We don't do days of the week. We're not that detailed. All right. Nulai, did you have plans?
Game world. So, do I have plans? Yes.
Okay.
So as the evening comes, only one thing is bothering Nulai. Not quite like a bother, more like a constant thought, a constant urge. So as Nulai not quite storms out of the room, but more so just crashes gently out of the room.
Blunder stumbles
out of the room. He seeks the nearest servant and asks him or her or it them, where is the prince? I need to talk to the prince.
Well, the evening has just begun. I imagine Her Majesty would still be in her room. Would...
Well, I would like to talk to her. So, would you mind showing me the way?
Well, he's sort of conflicted because as the servant of as your standard posh wanker servant, they are of course trained to do whatever the guests ask. However, marching into the master bedroom is a little bit of a no-no, and you can sort of see that in his face as he very politely and with visible sweat on his forehead says, could I perhaps persuade sir to wait in the waiting room for a moment while I fetch Her Majesty? Yes?
Yeah.
Thank you. And he just as fast as like you can see the cloud of smoke. You're not sure if that's just from your withdrawal, but you can see the cloud of smoke as it disappears. You go to basically the same room that you were in. You remember how to get there from last night when you first met them. It is empty but for the staff mulling about. There's usually someone in every room at the minute. There's somebody dusting. Doesn't
I take a quick scouting around, just checking my surroundings, seeing if anything pops out.
I mean, there's creepy artwork. Like, there's an eye. Like, there's a giant... You think it's a painting, but it's really, really good, so it could be a photo of an eye just staring from one of the walls. The rest of the paintings are considerably less creepy than that, but it's not so much that the eye follows you as you move, it's that the eye is so big and so all-encompassing that it doesn't have to.
That's some weird art.
Yes.
I mutter. Absolutely nobody.
Well, the cleaning lady does hear you as she dusts, and there's just a... It's just a little chuckle, little awkward chuckle. Anyway. Katia and Joanne, do you stay in your rooms, or would you be looking for anyone or anything, heading anywhere, as Nulai awaits the prince?
I'm probably reading something. Maybe something, books from the prince's library, because I imagine I would be wanting to learn a lot still. Given I am still baby.
Yes.
And I'm feeling the pressure, so I'm like, I need to swat.
Alright, are you just hiding in your room then, or are you coming out into a more public place to sit and read?
I'm 100% muffing in my bed, feet up, lots of pillows, lazy AF.
Okay. I imagine this is a common state for you as you've spent the past month here. You'd be well used to by now staying there as long as Juliet allows you. Eventually, someone will come and will ask you to please step outside and join us for whatever reason. But for now you've got time. Katia, you're in a beautiful mansion, and both you and your doggo are not used to this kind of decor or place. How you doing?
Well, upon waking up, I would have two practical considerations.
Right.
One, take the edge off that hunger, and two, take the dog out.
Yes. Well, I imagine that Doggo does not operate on Vampire's sleep schedule, and you recognize that the servants here are all largely ghouled and know what's up. And even if they didn't, the dog would like to go out, yes, but you felt alright with him being taken care of by them during the day. He would have been fed, he would have been let outside if he needed to go, so he's not distressed. He's fine.
That is very good to know.
Yes.
Then I would step out and locate the nearest convenience servant.
Yeah, there's someone polishing a lovely statue of the ugliest bloody thing you've ever seen, that didn't rest upon the neck of a Nosferatu. Turns around, kind of does that polite but nervous ghoul that knows that they're looking at someone who is not smile. Yes, is there... How can I help you today?
If I could have but a moment. I'm not used to simply asking for it. So I'm going to probably look a little bit awkward and flustered about actually asking for what I need.
They sort of raise a wrist and point at it to try and get rid of your need to say the words.
Mm-hmm. So I will take only what I need.
Right, that can bring you down to 1. You cannot... While you can take 2 points of hunger from a human without hurting them, you cannot take the final point of hunger.
Mm-hmm.
That requires the murderation. And I assume, unlike Nulai, that you are well practiced at stopping yourself, and there are no issues. Your hunger is low enough that I'm not going to make you roll for that or anything. You're of sound mind, so you can lower your hunger to 1.
I will finish up. I have enough manners to say thank you. And then I'll probably congregate in whatever looks like the living room, the most obvious meeting place of the mansion.
I mean, as you mull around, you'd be directed to the same... You alright?
There may or may not be a grasshopper in my keyboard right now.
Okay.
I'm not okay with this.
Nor would I be. Good luck.
Could be worse. You could be in Australia.
I'm so sorry.
This is fine. I understand perfectly. Mysterious animals are a problem.
I'm going to request assistance.
Sensible. You...
Oh my god.
Good luck. Alright, while that occurs...
What if we never hear from her again?
Well, then we will raise a toast to their memory. Nonetheless, what was I saying? Yes, okay, so you would probably wind up in the same room that Nulai is in, Katya, as Prince Juliet enters, looking... There's just an aura when she enters. Those of you that are familiar with the presence powers of awe and such, it's not quite that. It's more a natural, just this firmness and authority where you kind of just have to turn and look at her when she enters a room. Sorry, I don't usually acknowledge that chat exists when we play this, but Gornbush there. In tonight's Vampire the Masquerade, the role of Joanne will be played by a grasshopper. Is excellent. Anyway, she enters. Juliet enters, nods towards Katya, but addresses Nulai as she asks, "I believe you wish to speak to me, young man."
Yeah. I got a constant pounding and I don't know what to do with it.
If you could perhaps specify a little more, are you speaking of hunger or...
No, I'm a smoker.
Oh.
And I can't even turn on my lighter anymore, and I can't. Well, you saw it yourself. what happened last time. What do I do?
It is... Fire is... It's curious. What fire does to us is not altogether much different from what it does to humans, but in the face of so few things that can truly harm us, that which can creates a terror that is unmatched. It is possible...
At that moment, Nulai glances at the ceiling. Can I get a quick description of the ceiling?
It's not... I mean, like, it's a really nice place, and so I'd imagine that the ceiling is sort of... God, do rich people carpet their ceilings?
Right, there's nothing that specifically
Nobody
pops out.
carpets their ceiling.
Okay, good. Well, it's red. It's red like everything else. The walls are red, the floor is red, everything's nice and red. But it looks, fancy, but there's nothing hiding up there, if that's your concern.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Was I supposed to think of something there? What?
Nah, foreshadowing. That's what you were thinking of.
Anyway.
Carpeted ceilings.
But, alright, is the grasshopper dealt with? Are we good?
Grasshopper is, well, apparently a ninja at this point, because he jumped on my desk like twice, and then off my desk, and we have now examined the carpet, the desk, the wall, everything, nowhere to be found. So, at any given point in time, if I scream and yeet backwards,
It has appeared.
you know what's happened.
Fair, okay.
This is Africa. Bugs. I mean, I've had camel spiders run over my feet in the middle of a session, so grasshopper is actually okay. Like, they freak me out a little, but not the worst on insect encounter scale.
I would like to say that rich people do very silly things very regularly, and I do not have any conception of what is too silly for rich people to do. Just in relation to other discussions that may be being had at the minute. Now,
Carpet ceiling?
yes, perhaps. But no, not in this case.
I don't want a carpet ceiling now, I'm not gonna lie.
It's not
Yeah,
it's not
that's
completely unfeasible. Okay, so yeah, she's... you're looking around, all alert and concerned, but she continues. She says,
her ramblings because of that.
No, she was talking about fire and how you can learn to control the fear, and you might be able to light your lighter. However, cigarettes won't do for you now what they did before. If you would like to experience what you craved, the best way would be to drink from someone who had recently partaken.
So what you're saying is I need to experience it, pardon the pun, second hand?
Yes.
Okay, so is there any way I can right now? Anyone?
She steps aside and has a whispered conversation with one of her people. Says, I believe we have a few smokers on site, yes. One of them will be fetched for you, if that is what you need.
Make it quick, please.
Y'all very awkwardly wait as another uninteresting looking servant appears, obviously, because what's the difference between a smoker and a non-smoker? Nothing really, they're all just people, so a person appears and they don't have a smoke in their hand. I mean, you're indoors. Offers you the wrist as always. Do you hesitate or do you dive right in?
I look him in the eye and I ask, so, this is okay? Common courtesy.
He nods. He's like, they all look a little bit awkward about it, but not distressed, not upset. They know the score.
And at the sight of the first nod, Nulai indulges, just as like a child at a candy store. He just quickly snags into the arm and satiates the urge that has been hounding him.
Have tasted blood before. You tasted blood last night, twice. You tasted blood on the boat when you were being led across the ocean. This is not the first time it's tasted like this. But it's a lot better than it was last night. There's just something familiar. It's not quite the same as inhaling a cigarette because it's liquid, but you get that familiar nicotine buzz. I have never smoked in my life and have no idea how to describe this, but let's pretend. And at this point, you realize, now that she has explained it to you, you get the impression that most of those people on the boat, this is what they tasted like. But the two that you drank from last night didn't. And you feel, as you, I assume you're taking away one hunger and not killing him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
As
Just,
you reluctantly pull
as
away.
soon as the urge has been fulfilled. Yeah, Nulai has learned from a couple of neck yanks from our Russian friend. He has learned some self-control, at least.
Okay, good. So he doesn't need Mikhail, which is good because Mikhail ain't here yet. All right. So as you pull away, you feel good. You feel better. The cloud in your head and the scratching at your mind is gone. But it's not just that. You feel you feel very sharp and ready. It's not the way smoking kind of felt when you were alive. It's better. You feel like all of the benefits, none of the drawbacks. You know what I mean? It's good stuff. You're in a very capable set. Yeah. And your hunger is now 1, which I will let you click.
Thank you. This felt so good.
She smiles and dismisses her people. Would you like the good news or the bad news?
Well, I'll take any news here.
The good news is your hunger will be sated from anyone. The bad news, when you drink from someone who is not in that particular state, there will be effects. You will find it harder to concentrate, find it harder to be yourself. An addiction formed at the time of death, well, if there is a way to get rid of it, it is not a way that I know.
I see.
Is there anything else I can do for either of you while we await Flynn's arrival?
Like glances at
And Mikhail's.
Katya, waiting for her to bid her business first, if she has any.
I have no questions before our friends arrive.
Well, I think. May I have a word alone with you for a moment, Prince?
By all means. She kind of looks at Katia in a look that sort of says, well, I don't really want to move, and this is my house.
I can step outside.
Just out the front? Or outside, still in the house?
Oh, I'll have a walk around the grounds.
Nice. Pasha is very, very happy to hear you use those words, specifically the one with the 4 letters that starts with W. But, you know, he behaves himself, because he is blood bonded.
He's a good boy.
Yes, he's a very good boy. The very best of boys. Okay. Let's go with this one. Alright. You're alone, and the prince is just sort of waiting for you to speak. Depending on how long it takes you to start, that look of patience on her face may slip a little.
Nulai just quickly glances around, checks that there's nobody else around, and after noticing that the room is empty apart from us two,
The servants left as well, yes.
So,
Please.
you did notice that I'm not the best vampire around, and well, I think I need you to fix that. After all, you're here to give me a fresh start. That's what he said.
So your argument is that my assistance, my answers would come under my repayment of his debt.
Well, I would prefer it would come out of your kindness, but if all else fails, I don't think our fellow friend would be happy if the gift he had prepared had failed to do his vampire duty.
No further convincing necessary. You are clever to bring that up before I snuck a favor out of you. But yes, as I stated, we are of the same clan. Do not worry, it is a gift of mine to know whose family one belongs to. You will not be clocked by everyone you happen to come across. But I can help you. There are many, many things you could know, however. Is there something in particular you would like to start with?
Nulai ponders for a moment until he is reminded of the moment when the prince gazed into his eyes and exerted her will onto him. The force that the forceful gaze of yours, is that I guess that's magic?
Not
Whatever
quite.
You call this.
Each kindred, for that is how we refer to ourselves. Vampire is a very... well, it's not the most subtle of terms. It is used, but we in the Camarilla, our organization, tend to discourage using it too freely. As for what I did to you, and I do hope you do not take it personally, I will pay my debt. But you and I have just met, and trust is difficult in our world. You hold sensitive information, and while I hope that I could trust you not to reveal it, I don't quite feel like that's a safe bet just yet. What I did may be something you can do. Our abilities differ from kindred to kindred, clan to clan, but there are several different kinds.
So are you saying that I can also have these abilities?
Oh yes. No doubt you possess some of them now. They are a mixture of learning and instinct. I will say, you mentioned magic. Magic is a thing, but it is not what you or I do. There is one clan known for practicing magic, the Tremere. We call them warlocks, usurpers, blood sorcerers. They are very protective of their abilities. But we Malkavians, we have an aptitude towards 3 different kinds of ability. At your level, I would say that you would find 1 or 2 of them out of the 3 doable. But the only way to find out would be to test.
Okay.
It would perhaps be easier if my child was here. She looks at you. She's smiling, but there's a serious tint to her eyes. She asks, "Would you be all right with Joanne joining us for this lesson?"
Joanne, is she the one from before?
Joanne was with Mikhail, myself, and you when you were woken up. Not the one
Her.
from just before.
Well.
They are of
Okay,
our clan,
well.
and I trust them implicitly.
Nulai ponders for... doesn't even consider that long. Only for a second or two. He... not quite begrudgingly, but with a little tinge of possible regret. He nods and accepts.
Okay. There's a short wait. Joanne, you're reading away as one of the servants eventually knocks upon your door, politely. Do you answer?
Come in.
Servant enters. Lets you know that Her Majesty, Prince Juliet, would like to see you in the waiting room for an opportunity to test and demonstrate abilities, which I think interests you.
It does. I put down my book. Asked them to please tell the prince I will be with her shortly. 5 minutes while I present myself a little more suitably.
Okay. So
And then I throw on some clothes.
Yeah.
And off I go.
you'll get ready. Nulai and the prince will wait. Katia, you're wandering around the grounds. Flynn would still be driving at this stage, though you're getting there. You're getting there. Katia, you and Pasha are... is it just a relaxed stroll, or is this a polite casing of the place?
Let's say if I'm staying in a place, I'd like to know how secure it is. So
Yes.
it can be a pleasant stroll, but I'm still going to somewhat automatically be, looking for points of defense or vulnerability in an emergency.
There's a lovely garden with a couple of gazebos. I know, a gazebo in a TTRPG, terrifying, but nonetheless, they are not going to attack. Some ponds and no, there's no pool or anything. It's just a beautiful place to stroll around the back. There aren't guards wandering around the garden, but towards the house, around the back door and side doors, there will always be a person. They don't look like a guard. They look like a butler or a servant, but you have the ability to figure out whether somebody is capable of throwing down or not. All of the ones that are guarding doors are acutely aware of the art of fucking up a human, in the way they stand and look at you and are looking around. You can see the training, so to speak. It is easier to train someone to be that way than it is to train them to hide it. Now,
I approve.
yes. As you're walking along, let's get a quick wits and awareness check from you. If you remember the rolling process.
I believe I do. Skill first.
Yes. Two successes on that. That's enough. They weren't trying to scare you or anything. You don't see him, but you hear footsteps just fall into lockstep next to you. And it isn't until he speaks and puts a hand on your shoulder that you can make him out, but he's done this before. Katia! Good evening, my friend. Oh, I forgot the traditional boo.
Very good. Very good form. Good evening to you.
I see Pasha is getting used to the land here. No doubt he will not want to leave when the time comes.
He'll miss the garden, to be sure.
The four of you have a big night ahead of you, you know.
So I hear.
You'll be fine. But when I say you, I didn't ask because we had more important things to take care of at the time. On account of the man with the wooden stake in his heart and Jacob, the asshole, looking at everybody like an asshole, etc., etc. But I am not blind. One of your friends had blood all over her shirt. This makes me curious.
There was a guard.
There
There was a moment of lost control. Then there was one less guard.
And in your estimation, this is clean? Taken care of?
Well, that depends on where the crate was bound.
Tell me exactly what you did. Or what she did.
She was hungry. Too hungry.
Evidently.
And then there was a body, which I couldn't leave out for the other men to find on patrol. We had an empty box, so I put him in the box.
And the box is where?
Exactly where it was.
Next question. Were you seen?
The younger one talked the talk with some other. You know how they have their way with the charming ones, so they can just So that's no concern.
Mikhail stops at this point and looks at you and points to his own face, which, being an Nosferatu, you have seen pretty as squid. And he says, "Not in a long time have I known. No. But... So you and your friend with the impeccable self-control were not witnessed by anyone at the warehouse."
On our way out, one of them did spot us. She had a few words with him. He was... Let's say he was, intimidated.
Intimidated to let you go, or intimidated to convince himself he never met you and to continue to piss himself for at least once a week until death?
He looked very much the latter to me.
I will trust your judgment. Which leads to the following situation. There is a body in the warehouse still, and the only person who was witnessed at the warehouse was the prince's child. Can you see the concern that I have?
I do. I can tell you that her presence there, at least while she was speaking with the staff, was not regarded as a breaking and entering capacity.
He asks you for the address.
Which I trust I would remember.
Yes, he would.
And
takes
the crate number, the order.
He takes all of the information, nods, says, "With luck, we will not have a problem. Since the four of you chose my support and protection, I will consider this a part of that."
Well, I'll tell you this. If there's any trouble, just say it was me.
You are too kind for your own good. You were not suited for the old country. Well, the important thing is, I know what the fuck happened now. Unless there are any other surprises, of course.
Not that I know of.
Very encouraging. Discussion turns to less important stuff. He asks questions about how your last few years have been, talks about Pasha, reiterates his offer to help you learn how to talk to Pasha. Obviously it's only been an evening, so you haven't been able to do any of that between sessions, but hopefully after this one that'll be fine for you guys. Let's have Joanne appear in the waiting room now with Nulai and the prince. Prince welcomes you in. Doesn't go for a hug this time. She knows it's not your favorite thing to be hugged by a cold vampire. I mean, you are one yourself, but you know, it's weird. It's always weird.
Plus it's extra weird with this dude, with his, I don't know. I keep looking for where the stake is supposed to have been.
He did cover the hole.
That's something I haven't gotten used to yet.
He did heal himself, and you saw it, but it freaked you out. There would still be a hole in his shirt. That's a good point. Did you accept a change of clothes, Nulai?
I did honestly not remember being offered a change of clothes, so...
Not on screen, no, but like as you were turning in, the servants would have offered to take, wash, and replace well, not get rid of your current clothes, but give you options?
Probably not on Nulai's mind at that exact on the first night. No, so probably still wearing the. Let's go with still wearing the whole riddled shirt without even noticing.
Right. So there's a big hole. Well, it's not actually that big because it was a thin stake meant to immobilize without hurting him beyond the hole in the chest. But yeah, there's a hole in the shirt, but unbroken skin is all you can see beyond it.
One day I'm gonna figure out how that works.
Yeah, I imagine Juliet's like told you about it, but you haven't really been taking damage because she's not that rough of a teacher. Juliet has talked to you before about your abilities and has basically gone through the same thing. You know that you're particularly good with obfuscate stealth stuff, and that you also have the ability to work with your senses and also to bring on that supernatural allure, which was an interesting one because Juliet mentioned that particular power, which you just sort of instinctually had, is not normal for the clan, so to speak. It's not one of the Malkavian innate ones. Not that you need to be. Like, any vampire can learn anything, but there's some stuff that just sort of comes naturally based on bloodline. Mm-hmm. So, that's strange. So she couldn't really help you with that one, but in any case, she addresses, she welcomes you, and she says, I'd like to take Nulai through the gauntlet of kindred ability. There are 3, shall we say, schools, 3 disciplines that our clan tend to practice, though you are capable of learning more. It is difficult. It takes a lot of focus, concentration, and time, and experience. But innately,
I see.
We'll begin with the one you questioned me of. The ability to exert your will upon another. This is most easily done towards mortals, but you can do it to kindred of... kindred who are younger, kindred who are... I hesitate to say weaker-minded, but believe me, I am quite a lot older than you. It is no shame that what happened. Hell, Joanne, Juliet's done it to you as well. Which is why you're still, if you remembered, why you would still be kicking yourself over the Crimson memory incident, because, yeah, Juliet would have told you not to look vampires in the eye. Anyway, doesn't matter. So, Juliet beckons a servant in, and looks to Nulai and says, now, just... She points to him and says, a kindred of your freshness might be able to perform a few feats of the mind upon this member of my household. Firstly, to perform this, you must make eye contact with your target. They must be looking at you, you must be looking at them. Your voice alone cannot cause anything to happen, but you must speak to them at the same time. Eye contact and speech. The simplest thing is to cloud someone's memory, make them forget the last few minutes of their life. She looks to her servant and she says, I'd like you to remember the following statement very carefully and repeat it back to me. The eye. It watches over us. It stares into our soul. And behind it, the voice of the city listens. Now, she turns to Nulai. Make him forget.
Nulai looks at the freshly brought servant into the eyes, as I'm assuming that my eye contact is matched.
Yeah. No resistance.
And he awkwardly stares for a moment. What am I supposed to say?
Tell him to forget.
Forget that sentence?
I don't think a roll is needed on a mortal, but I assume that you're... I'll say that your instincts kind of take over as you stare at him. What you say is hesitant, and there's an implicit question mark in there, but you kind of feel a pulse as what you're doing reaches out into his mind, and he just kind of, his eyes dilute and goes blank. He looks confused. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. Was I supposed to do something here? Do you remember what I asked you to tell me? No, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I'm not normally like this. It is fine. It is fine. She sort of taps him on the shoulder. You've done very well. As have you. It seems you are capable of this ability. But let's dial this up a notch. Tell him. And she walks over and she whispers in your ear, because she doesn't want this dude to hear and then just feel like he should do it anyway regardless. She whispers, says, tell him to walk over to the doorway and shut the door, then reopen it and come back.
Nulai hesitates for a little bit, for he's not quite sure whether all of this is real or whether he's on some sort
something.
of a terrible candid camera show. But after the instructions, he does not, like, he does remember that he himself was under these powers, so he will he just quickly snaps back into it and says, slam the door shut and open it, while staring into his eyes.
As you say this, you feel the blood within you coil and move. You feel that your body is making this happen in a way, and that does cause a rouse check to be required, which did not happen for the other one. Nulai, the great success. Your beast does not stir, but you do feel the blood move, but you're total control. As the dude, again, his eyes sort of go blank, he looks a bit dazed, and then just without a word, he turns around, he goes over to the nearest door, slams it shut real damn hard. The house cracks and Juliet face palms. And then he opens it again and turns around. And did you tell him to come back or just slam the door and open it? I think you just said to open it.
I don't think I told him to come back.
After he opens the door, he just sort of recollects himself, and this time he doesn't look off. He just keeps going. And Juliet asks him, "Why did you just do that?" Sorry, Your Majesty? You just slammed my door. Why? I don't know. It seemed like what I was supposed to do. I'm sorry. It's fine. It's fine. You may go now.
At this point, Joanne looks a little bit uncomfortable. The idea of servants having to do things that we make them do without, like, mental consent is just... it's weird.
Yep. Well, she calms him down and says it's okay, and he goes off confused, but, you know...
Nulai, in the meantime, is just quietly, ever without trying to, or while trying to not show any excitement, can feel a slight excitement about the capabilities, the feel of rush in his blood, and also, you know, the general excitement of, holy shit, I have superpowers.
Yes. Juliet applauds, you know, softly and says, well, we have definitely found your aptitude. This is a power many of our clan can possess, but not all. Joanne, for example, never found the the right way for it.
I can't tap into that.
You are excellent at what you can do, my dear. For example, if you wouldn't mind showing off, another of our abilities that you may or may not have is hiding from sight. It's not invisibility, as such, but a trick played in the minds of others. You would still appear on camera, but while actively using this, no one would be able to see you.
I would have to ask Nulai to look away while I activate it, right?
Yes, Juliet. Juliet invites Nulai to contemplate the eye painting on the wall, as she does as well, and no one is looking at Joanne.
Nulai is a little bit suspicious about this, for he has seen a couple of magicians, so-called magicians, before. But does eventually trust the command of the prince and turns his gaze towards the eye.
Okay. We'll say that Juliet shuts the door, which is the only. It shuts every. She shuts every door and says there is no way in or out of this room. Does Joanne activate Sense the Unseen? Vanish?
I do. And my way to activate it, because, like, I don't know why, but maybe it's still because I'm a baby vampire thing. So to me, there always has to be kind of like a thing that triggers it. So I do like a little shimmy, and then...
Juliet has never seen you do this because you can't be looked at, so there is no judgment, positive or negative. It is a rouse check, unfortunately, for Sense the Unseen, though, because it's not a level 1. So you may get hungry.
But I'm not...
You can always feed at the mansion before you leave, but for now you're at hunger 3. Your beast, as you vanish, you just feel it. And there's no humans in the room, but at hunger 3, looking at Nulai, nobody knows who he is. No one's gonna miss him. Wouldn't it taste better if it was one of our kind?
He's gonna taste like an ashtray, though.
Good point. At hunger 3, your beast is not completely irrational. No. Okay, so Nulai, you turn around and ain't no Joanne anymore.
Okay.
Roll wits plus 2. No additional second attribute, just plus 2 for your auspex. Two successes. What's the let me quickly check the parameters whether Joanne has to roll something. Joanne, you can do the same thing. Roll wits plus, also for you, 2. So, hit the wits roll, second attribute none, submit, and then modifiers 2.
Modifiers 2, and then...
Tie. That's technically a bestial failure, but that's only a problem if you fail the roll. Since this is a tie, I will say that the bestial failure does not count. Plus, this isn't exactly an action situation. We're just messing around. As you look around, you just... Yeah. They're gone. There's no Joanne, but you just get the impression. You don't see Joanne, but you know Joanne is in the room. This isn't a maybe. Joanne is in the room. You just can't see them.
Okay, so, but she is here. I feel as if she's here, but I do not see her.
Interesting. The third ability that our kind can possess is that of an enhancement to our senses. We call it auspex. It is possible that you are using that now to be so certain that Joanne is here. I myself am using it and can tell you that Joanne is right there, and points directly at where you are standing. Nulai, you don't see Joanne though, but Juliet is pointing at a position. Do you,
Nulai squints his eyes, focusing all of his energy onto his sense of sight.
Try resolve plus your specs now, which unfortunately I think is less, but you're better at accidentally picking shit up than trying to. So, we'll do it against the same. If you can beat 2 successes. Nope. There is no Joanne. But you feel like you could. You feel like something's happening. Your eyes could potentially get you.
He's straining so hard that he's pulling a funny face, and I can't help it. I giggle.
Is it a loud giggle or a soft giggle?
It's like a snort giggle, like a, you know.
It's probably loud enough to break the illusion. Joanne appears laughing at you. Juliet sort of shakes her hand. Well, it seems you also have possibly a gift for auspex, but we can test it in another way. Focus on the painting, the eye. It's harmless. I simply put it there to freak people out. Focus on it and really look. Look deeply. And tell me if you can see anything hidden within the eye.
Nulai focuses his gaze, almost slowly blinking once, twice.
Your eyes grow sharper, 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 and you can see better and better and better until written in the center of the dark pupil of the eye on the wall, you see a signature. You can't read it because it's a shit handwriting, but you see it. You see a signature, like an artist's signature, right in the middle of the picture, in white.
Do you mean the signature?
Very good. Yes. Joanne, you yourself had that test done as well And as you can also heighten your senses, you were able to see it as well weeks ago. So you're familiar with Juliet running that one on you. So Juliet says, well, you have the ability to force your mind onto others, which I would caution you to use carefully. My household are well taken care of here, but the average person does not deserve to be played with too callously. And it seems that your senses can be improved. What you did with your eyes there, you could easily do with your ears, or with your sense of smell. However, this can backfire. Increasing your hearing to dangerous levels, and then nails on a chalkboard, for example, could cause quite a bit of pain. Lastly, let us see if you yourself can perform what Joanne did for us earlier. If Joanne and I would turn away from you, focus on being unseen. Focus on vanishing from sight into the basement of your mind. Focus.
As Joanne and the prince turn around, I assume they do.
Juliet has already done so as she instructs you, but Joanne, do you play along?
Yep.
Cool.
Nulai closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, in through the nose, out through the mouth. Looks down on himself, still sees himself, closes his eyes again, really clenches his fists, tries again, but nothing seems to happen.
Eventually, they turn around after giving you this time, and you're still there. And Juliet...
Nulai shakes his head and shrugs.
Yeah, you didn't feel anything inside this time. Like when you commanded the servant, you felt the blood move. When you heightened your eyesight, you felt the blood move. When you were trying to perceive Joanne and failed, you still felt the blood move. When you were trying this, yeah, it was like someone said, I bet you could totally turn invisible, and then you tried it, and of course it didn't work. Like, you just felt silly. And Juliet, looks... She waves it off and says, just as Joanne is not so familiar with working on minds, it seems this particular talent is not yet yours. Perhaps one day, perhaps not.
Well,
but those are your capabilities, I think.
I see and hear and smell.
Yes. I'm sure I can help you in any other way you would like, but I imagine our guests will be here shortly. And indeed...
Well, I would appreciate to have some sort of a testing ground for these powers.
We'll see what we can do. Alright. As...
And I need to find something to eat.
Yes. We'll say that while I move the action to the other half of the party, you would find somebody on site and lower your hunger to 1 off of them. It's very easy to do. It's not your preferred feeding, but
I mean, I do have a stash on me. Can't I just make Juliet's servants have some and then wait like 5 minutes or something? I don't know.
You certainly can. I imagine you know who among the household is willing to do that particular thing you would like them to do.
Okay, cool.
But you're subtle about it, and Juliet does not know.
Favorites.
Juliet does not know.
Oh, Juliet doesn't know.
Unless you told her.
I mean, I imagine I would have because she knows like how I ended up here and everything in the first place, so she would probably know that I need to.
She is a little annoyed that when you do it with people on site, but like she gets that it's needed, and that sounded wrong. Do we tell the class what we're talking about, or do we leave it a mystery?
Well, let's just say that whoever I choose to feed from is probably going to be really efficient for the next 3 to 5 hours.
Good shit. All right, I'll just ding your hunger down to 1 there. You don't have to, because it's in front of me. All right. Well, everybody's at 1 except for our eternally satiated Flynn, who is, at this point, you hear the Katia and Mikhail as Flynn rockets into the parking spaces in the front yard, looking considerably less shirt-blooded.
I assume I would have. I have other clothes. I do.
Yeah,
Probably.
you would have scrubbed up. Mikhail looks sort of knowingly at you as you, I assume, approach them.
Yeah, I've seen them. I recognize them. I'll walk up to them.
Miss Flynn!
Okay.
I have heard stories.
But you haven't heard the best ones, I'm sure.
Feel free to enlighten me if you have something to share.
I mean, there was that time with the celery. And then...
So,
she's just like...
so salacious you cannot even finish your sentence. I don't know if my ears are prepared for such wonders. He looks at you very carefully, and his smile kind of drops. Would you say you acted out of character last night?
Yes. It's rare for my control to slip so badly.
Well, I appreciate the honesty. We all fight what lurks within. It is not fair of me to take drastic measures in response to one failure. If that was all it took, we would all be dead. But sometimes one failure is enough. So let us be thankful that this one was not it. Her Majesty, it would be better if she did not know this particular detail. Do the others know that it happened? At this point, Katia, you've pretty much given him all that he needs to know. He knows that you two were aware of the murdering and that Joanne was far away and that Joanne doesn't even know that anyone died there. But he's not sure about where Nulai was facing at the time, whether he would have seen or simply heard the of the guard being drained.
Well, I don't know if it needs to be stated or not. I don't know if he's asking, but I would assume that Nulai could have heard what was going on and made the proper inferences.
The lid was off the box.
When I say the prince needs not know this, I say it for your sake. Fact remains, the only one of you who made an impact that would be remembered and talked about would be her child. As first impressions go, that would be roughly up there with a stranger walking up to you, Katia, pulling out a gun and shooting Pasha in the fucking head. Do not think that is a good thing for the prince to know right now. However, if she finds out, that will be your problem. Once your evening's directions are given, I am going to pay a visit to the warehouse, and believe you me, if it is there now, it will not be there by morning.
You require assistance?
No.
I mean, it's my mistake to fix, really, when it comes down to it.
An offer was made to you last night. You are under my protection. I take that very seriously. Your mistakes become mine. This also means if I decide that you are an absolutely terrible liability, that discussions will be had. But for now, I am feeling generous. So, you will do the job that is assigned to you. I will make problems go away. And everything will be rosy, and I will not be ordered to commit any murders of people I don't hate.
Fair.
Now, let us go inside. The two of you, along with Mikhail, enter, presuming no one stops him for any further questions, queries, concerns. And just as the other group are finishing up with their Vampire Powers 101, everybody comes together in the waiting room.
Would I be able to notice that? Well, I mean, like, does Flynn look uncomfortable after that exchange with?
No, Flynn's pretty chill. She's satiated. She's relaxed. She's everything Mikhail said wasn't anything new to her. Like, Flynn will bow to the prince, and then she's gonna move to just to get her hand to shake to Newly, and then move in for a hug.
Okay. What does Nulai do to that?
Nulai accepts the handshake, not showing any ill will. Maybe a slight discomfort, but no real hesitance. But as the hugs go, he slowly tries to back away, but does not try hard enough to avoid the hug. Just sort of accepts it and moves on.
As she's hugging, she's gonna lean in and just sort of go, anything you heard last night when you were in the box didn't happen. You say nothing.
And I say nothing.
And she's going to slip while she's got his attention, she's gonna slip the note into a pocket.
Okay, that's actually quite good. I'm going to give you a +1 for that. Dexterity and larceny with a +1 modifier. I just got to keep it simple rather than doing an opposed roll here, because Nulai has been distracted by a threat. So you hit your larceny button first, and then your dex added to it. Whew, boy. Well. That is solid. Okay. Nulai notices nothing. Don't worry. At some point I will let you know what happened to you. The hug is broken, and Mikhail is just sort of looking like, I don't know what everyone else's face is like. Juliet is impassive because she is in calm control, but Mikhail's eyebrow, which is really weird because, again, he is an ugly fucker. He does not have hair on his eyebrows. You're just seeing like the bony sort of thing and like the crease of the forehead on one side just being like, like wasn't expecting that. You're not sure if he heard or not. You were whispering, but vampires.
Yeah, vampire magic. I'll also I'll probably so it doesn't look so suspicious. I'll also have a go off handshake and hug to Joanne as well.
There you go.
Which I accept because oddly enough, Flynn puts me at ease very comfortably.
And Joanne has no idea about the murder.
And there was no threats to Joanne either.
Yeah. Okay.
I just think Flynn is really sweet and oh my gosh, she likes me. This is so dope. Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Joanne.
Alright. To get us moving a little. Small talk occurs, but eventually, Juliet begins briefing. She says, "Well, once again, thank you for your services last night in bringing us our new friend Nulai, who I'm sure is very grateful to all three of you. As we stated, the four of you will work together as a coterie, because working together is how we survive in these dangerous nights. You accepted the offer of protection and supervision from Mikhail, so while the neighborhood we send you to will be yours, it will be first mine, then his, then yours. But you will be the residents. Mikhail lives elsewhere. You will be responsible for the evening-to-evening oversight. However, Mikhail will offer his assistance wherever he may in exchange for the potential of performing tasks for him. Officially, you will be known as the Sheriff's Hounds, and by this, his reputation will add some weight to your dealings in the city. We are sending you to the neighborhood of Crestville. It is small. You will have 2-3 blocks with which to oversee. But it is not currently under our direct control. We are aware of one kindred, an independent, who you will be visiting tonight. But there may be more. And we would ask that tonight you either remove or come to an agreement with the kindred of Crestville in whatever manner you choose. I believe Mikhail has the details on the kindred we have learned about. Yes. His name is Flanagan. He is, from what I can tell, a caitiff, a clanless vampire. Sorry, kindred, your majesty. Not one for the subtle stuff, me. He sees Nulai looking confused. Do you question the term caitiff at all, or do you let it pass?
The term clanless does intrigue Nulai a little, but he's
doesn't interrupt.
He's willing to let Mikhail keep talking.
He is a young one. Perhaps traveled here from another place, perhaps turned in a random attack on the street, but he is not completely inept. He is aware of our kind, our practices, our society. He may have contacts within the Anarchs and know valuable information as to the kindred that share this city. But we do not believe that he is a member of any faction. He operates on his own. He seems to be a happy and content as the owner of a small establishment. Interesting name the establishment has. It is an Irish bar, and to the best of my knowledge, it is some kind of Irish joke. It is not spelled how it is pronounced. The place is called the Crack House.
I love it.
I do not believe it is a place of illicit substances. If so, they probably would not put that on the door. And the police are not raiding it every evening, so I assume that they are trading in alcohol.
What a real crack house would say.
You make a point. You make a point, Mr. Boxman. Very good. But nonetheless, he is the owner. I believe he tends bar from time to time, but he may not be tending bar tonight. He gives you a physical description that is fairly vague. He's not a particularly interesting looking man.
It's always good to have a bartender in your pocket, though.
As well, who wouldn't want to be friends with the crack house? Now,
That's gonna kill me so.
at the moment, I do not know who else lives in the neighborhood, as I am... Well, it is a big city, I have a lot of work to do. But it is possible that this Flanagan, if you were to drag it out of him one way or another, would be able to fill you in. I would recommend the polite approach in this case. I believe he will be susceptible. He is fond of his establishment. He would not want to give it up. At the end of the day, there are 3 results to this task of yours. Either Flanagan joins the Camarilla, pays his respects to you and to us, is willing to cooperate with us on kindred business whenever we require it, or he is gone. This does not necessarily mean dead, but it can. We don't care. The traditions. We have 6 traditions in the Camarilla, which I imagine Mr. Boxman is not familiar with. One of them is the tradition of destruction. It is forbidden to take the life of a Camarilla kindred without the permission of the prince or the owner of the domain, usually the prince. Flanagan is not currently a Camarilla kindred. With luck, he will become one this very night! But if not, and his head should happen to go on a journey that the rest of him does not accompany, this is fine with us. But an ally is better than a corpse, unless you really, really want to own your own crack house, in which case, opportunity knocks. Now,
I'm with Flynn. I think having someone who already has established connections in the neighborhood would
alcohol.
be a good idea.
Flynn's very focused on the alcohol part of that.
for the benefit of our young ones, I would caution you that just because someone says, yes, of course, I will join the Camarilla, I will be a loyal kindred who does what he is told and helps you, does not necessarily mean he isn't running off to his Enoch friends and saying, hey, there's 4 bloody camis coming into our neighborhood, let's go kill them! So, examine how he talks, how he acts. Be sure.
Do we know how old he is?
Physically, he looks 30s.
I mean, like vampire-wise, though.
Of course. As I say, it could be a few years, could be younger, or he could be older. I do not believe that he is ancient or anywhere approaching myself or Her Majesty.
But definitely older than me,
Yes.
obviously.
I would imagine that if you, Joanne, were to attack him one-on-one, he would win. But there are 4 of you.
Isn't it?
He is the only
This is
kindred.
where I was going with this. There are 4 of us.
He is the only kindred on the premises. I cannot say whether his bouncers, whether his security are partaking of his go juice or not. It does have an effect on how powerful a mortal can be, whether they are good or not. But he means ghouls, by the way, drinking the vampire's blood if you're not yet. But it would not be a 4-on-1, I imagine. He is a popular figure within the community as well. If there are a bunch of rowdy drinkers in the bar, noticing their friendly provider of the glug glug getting the shit kicked out of him by 4 strangers,
Not ideal.
they might have a problem with it. Well,
What if I paid a visit to said crack house? Perhaps under the innocent illusion that they might actually have crack. And just see what happens, you know?
I imagine you would be laughed out of
See
the
how he
room, but
responds.
it wouldn't be the first time, I'm sure.
Just to see. I mean, maybe like, I'm more curious to see how he responds to the presence of another vampire.
Without giving away your game immediately. I leave the tactics up to you. I have... And he just looks at Flynn. I have another engagement tonight, but you can always contact me. He gives the three of you his number. At this point, Nulai, it becomes apparent that you don't have a phone. He pulls out a burner phone, like an old crappy clunk of a thing, and he says, he just sort of holds it like, wouldn't hurt, eh?
Right, that's true, Nulai says as he accepts graciously, grabs the phone from the hand and takes a quick look.
Juliet speaks up at this point. The parameters of your task are known to you now. Go to the crack house. Not a command I give very often in my station. And, speak with or otherwise convince this Flanagan to leave. Success is all we are looking out for here, though, of course, the Masquerade is of the utmost importance. Do not breach it in your attempts to bring a kindred under control. That would somewhat defeat the point. A car will be provided to you with a driver. If you do not have conveyance of your own, we will take you out to Crestville and drop you off near the building. And from there, the four of you can operate however you choose.
A car would be great for this evening, especially with a plan that I'm kind of beginning to formulate.
Nice.
This plan does, however, rely on a little piece of knowledge which I do not possess, and that is, do we get physically ill if we imbibe things other than blood? Is it something we could do potentially in short stints to uphold the Masquerade?
There is a technique that every vampire is capable of, which I will say Flynn and Katia are well aware of. You would have probably been taught, because it's important for keeping the Masquerade. Nulai, no clue, didn't come up, no idea. It's called the Blush of Life, and in exchange for a rouse check, the color returns to your face, and you mimic being alive. So
I've used that once already.
Yeah. Your default when it comes to eating and drinking is that unless you're exerting your willpower, you will vomit it up pretty much immediately. But with the Blush of Life, you can hold stuff down for an hour-ish, depending on what it is. There's a difference between, a pint of beer and a live rat, for example. One of those is easier to hold down than the other.
Oh god, and it's not the beer, is it?
He's talking.
No, the beer. It's the beer. The live squirming rat is the problem, because it moves. Anyway,
Cool,
so yes,
cool.
You can.
So I'm thinking, perhaps, party time is in order. Given that Nulai is still very noop with this, could we deposit him somewhere safely and have a girls' night? What? And then just go descend upon the crack house and see what our...
We could teach him how to how to Blush of Life. Like that can be another discussion before you leave.
Rather
He needs to
than
learn these things sooner rather than later.
yeah, he's got to learn sometime.
He only just got out of a box. Let's not put him in a metaphorical one.
Can we put him back in the box?
Cool.
No, because you left the crate at the warehouse with the dead guy! Anyway,
This is going to become a standing joke, honestly. I feel like we're going to give him a Jack-in-the-Box as a coming-of-age present or something at some point.
it's a little bit rich for you to call someone a baby, but okay.
Anniversary? Your death anniversary gift. Yes. Okay, I'm planning it already. Carry on, as you were.
Happy death day to you. Okay, any bloody way. You guys... we'll say that you'll get ready to go at this point. As you're leaving, Mikhail stops. He, I don't know how concealed you guys' weapons are, but Mikhail knows that Katia is packing. Mikhail knows what Joanne's weapon situation is like, having been around. Flynn, is it visible that you're armed?
No, it isn't.
You may be getting into a scuffle. He looks at Nulai and Flynn.
Yes?
You may wish to have some objects on your person which are useful in the art of taking a breathing person and making that not happen anymore.
You mean like this? And she takes out a 6-inch knife from her, like, for inside her jacket, and she reaches behind her head and pulls out a hair stick, which is made of wood. Or this? And then she also, like, she flicks a lighter open and lights it. Or this?
Ooh, is there flinching when the lighter...
He doesn't.
Not from you, but, like, I imagine that Nulai especially is good. There's a flinch from Nulai.
Nulai is already a little bit shocked when the blades are pulled out, but then when the lighter is pulled out, it's almost like a harsh reminder of yesterday. And
I'll offer a silent nod of approval at her preparedness.
I stand corrected, impressed, and
I
teensy
admire
bit jealous of the
confidence.
knife. You can tell that he hesitated there because he was perhaps going to say something inappropriate but chose not to. In front of his prince.
Of course. Flynn will look at right at Nulai, and she will light a cigarette.
Cruel.
She'll look...
I don't think she was in the room when I was doing the cigarette trick, though.
Okay, she still looks at you and she'll light the cigarette, but without any sort of...
Yeah, I mean, I'm
she'd look at you...
the previous...
I think there's a decent enough reason for her to look at you because you're the one who jumped.
Also, you have
I'm just referring to...
on your person, so that's a fairly safe assumption to make if Flynn is...
Yeah, Flynn knows you have the lighter and cigarettes because everybody searched you. Anyway, as...
Oh my god.
Yeah, no.
You poor soul.
You take a puff, and of course it tastes the way smokes have always tasted since you became a vampire. Bad. But you do it because it's an excellent masquerade practice, and, you know, Mikhail is... He nods with approval. But he looks to Nulai and he says, I know for a fact that you do not have any of that shit. Can we offer you...
Nulai just visibly grimaces at the sight of the cigarette, remembering the taste from last night.
Can we offer you a... something to protect yourself and others? Something that does stabbing, or bludgeoning, or the firing of tiny pieces of metal at high speeds?
A gun? Sure.
That is vague,
Sure.
but he rummages, and it's tiny, like a small enough to be concealed handgun appears, and like he gives you holstery stuff, you know, gun stuff. Just shows you how to strap on in such a way that the jacket covers, and you do not look like you are armed, but you have a pistol. Don't go robbing any banks.
Yeah, Nulai just looks at...
That includes
the
blood
sight
banks.
Of guns. Yeah, Nulai just looks at the sight of guns and is mostly audibly surprised at how easy it was to get a gun.
Now, does Nulai have any idea how to use a gun?
Not a real gun, no.
I'm going to... Because I'm trying to figure out whether Mikhail would interpret your asking for one as knowing how one works. So we're going to say... We're going to say a...
I mean, like he understands the concept of pull the trigger and bullet
Yes.
comes out.
But
he might not have the idea about gun safety.
Yes. I want to roll your poker face, so if you could give me subterfuge and composure, and if you succeed, Mikhail does not question you further.
I assume I get my snacky snack +1.
Absolutely. Fucking Christ.
Bada bing, bada boom.
That is a complete success. Every single dice was a success there. You are like ice in the veins, just so composed. You look when you asked for a gun, not only does it look like you know how to use a gun, you look like you spent some time in a past life as a gun. Like you were a fucking you were a rifle before you were Nulai. And yeah, no issues at all. He's just hands it to you, gives you a thumbs up, and you notice that the horrible ugliness of his face doesn't really extend too much to his hands. They're not horrible messes. However, they're kind of wrinkled. Like they look like an old person's hand, even though Mikhail himself doesn't look that elderly. He just looks ugly. Anyway, y'all are strapped in. And y'all would then head off, unless there are further questions.
I would like to follow on my bike, so I have like an alternate
Okay.
mode of coming and going.
You'll drive off. Everyone else will get into the car. Mikhail departs as well. He's just gone at one point. When you turn and look around, he's just not there. So you're not sure if he gets into a vehicle or what have you. The driver is another one of the staff, though not wearing the sort of house uniform. He's just wearing a suit. And
Are we going to the bar?
unless you advise your driver to take you somewhere else. However, since we're ending the scene and moving towards a new place, I figured now would be a good break spot.
Cool.
If people need to step away.
Yeah, I could use a bathroom break.
So
But like, I would like to say that Nulai silently and calmly experiments with his newfound power of, heightening his senses during the car ride, like just flicking on and off between, eyes, ears, shoulders,
knees and toes. Yes.
Testing all different senses around. with
Yeah,
it.
there's like... Do you have the window open or shut?
I guess it's shut.
Okay, so smell doesn't do much, but heightening your hearing, you hear all the little noises, little tiny noises that a car makes as it drives, and it's kind of freaky. You can hear so well at some point that you start to hear blood circulating in the mortal driver. You don't hear it as much in the vampires. The blood's there, but it doesn't move unless you're telling it to. With your eyes heightened, you see the world through those windows. You can see into other cars and see people going about their day, chatting, laughing. You can see into shop signs and like see the little cracks in the wood or whatever else it's made of. It's blowing your mind, and you contemplate how a game of I Spy would run with these abilities. But we will take our break, if that's... one more?
Just one more. Like, when it comes to... You mentioned that I wouldn't be able to smell a lot, but would you say that I would be able to smell something with perhaps one of my merits that allows me to smell things that others might not smell?
Hang on.
Vampire instead of like a sniffer drug.
the mortal driver is not intensely feeling any sort of way. He's just calmly doing his job. He's not in any sort of heightened emotional state, but you are very acutely aware of the blood in his veins, yes. You're glad that you're not hungrier than you were already. So, shall we take our 5 minutes?
Sounds good.
I would like to. Alright, we'll be back in 5-ish minutes. Try not to miss us too much. I mean that in the fondness sense, not in the aiming a gun. So, bye-bye. We are back. Everyone is refreshed and ready for a trip to the crack house. No, it is not what you think. Believe me. All right, so it's an uneventful trip. Not a lot goes on, except for Nulai, just eyes bugging out, staring at the world for some reason. Nulai, at some point while you're sitting there, you notice that there is something in your jacket that shouldn't be there. Did you pull it out?
I'm alone in the car.
I mean,
everyone apart from the.
Everyone's in the car with you except for Flynn.
Okay, I wasn't sure earlier whether you were whether we were all in the same car or not, but
there is one car. It's nice enough, and it fits the three of you and the driver.
Yeah, I take a quick glance at my riding companions, and I will try to sneakily pull it out. Or Nulai has the awareness that if it's something that he did not put there himself, he probably does not want to, make it seem that natural.
I mean, you can you can roll Dex and we'll give you subterfuge because you got points in that. Well, that's more of a social lying, isn't it?
Well, I mean, that would be if I was pretending for it to be something else. I could. Well, let's say that I will pretend to be pulling my lighter out, if nothing else.
All right, so you're looking like you're trying your best not to look like you're doing something you don't want people to see. Okay, yeah, I'll give you your subterfuge.
I'm just pretending that I'm playing with my lighter.
This is just a question of whether you look, whether you attract attention or not as you do this.
Yeah, no modifiers.
No.
No snacky snack bonuses for dexterity. I'm a natural.
You are indeed. Okay. You're fine. You pull it out and you see that it is an envelope sealed with New Lie written on it. And despite the fact that we did the exchange on camera, you don't know where it came from. You're like, yes, the hug happened with Flynn, but
I do not make the mental connection.
You were in a mansion full of people all day. Any one of those servants could have come into your room and slipped it in, so I would say that you don't have any idea.
I will just slip the envelope back into my pocket for now.
Very well.
Nulai has the awareness that if you're trying to hide the envelope, you probably don't want to open it. Opening it is probably not as subtle.
Other than that, you'll arrive.
Also, while I do this, I do notice the gaping hole in my shirt.
Yes.
So, so Nulai chooses to zip up his jacket.
Sensible. Okay. The hole is covered. The jacket was open when the stake went in. The jacket did not get pierced. So, you'll pull into the neighborhood of Crestville, which it's kind of on the outskirts of the inner city. Things start to get a bit more suburban outside of Crestville itself, but where you're going is still, concrete houses and buildings that are connected to each other. No sorts of gardens and that. However, there is one nice-looking building. 2-story, just an excellent-looking place. It's got some sign. It's you think it's some kind of gym, but it's just this excellent complex. You see that it's got a backyard with a pool, and it looks like a good place. And Joanne, you kind of make a mental note of this because you know that Juliet had said that any building in Crestville could be yours to make your haven in, given their money, resources, and, as you saw Nulai demonstrate earlier, ability to convince people to do what they want to do. So the part of you that wants to live quite comfortably in this neighborhood thinks, that's a good one. That's a contender for the old HQ to be. So you just make a mental note of that. The rest of you may notice it as well, may not, depending on your priorities. But you pull into the street that has the crack house along it, and you do see the building. It's much like the others. It's got an alleyway on the right side, but on the left side it merges right with the next building along. It is green, as Irish pubs tend to be, with a nice green awning, and on the window you see The Crack House, spelt C-R-A-I-C, as Mikhail said, spelled differently to how it's pronounced. I imagine some of you understand what that means and others do not. Or maybe you all do. I don't know. But
it's one of my top 3 favorite words.
Yes, and until someone asks, I will assume that everybody knows what this means. It's not a drug thing, but it's very clearly named the Crack House in order to make it sound like it is. Alright. And you can see, like, the windows are fogged up, but you can see that it's a small but, you know, it's a small opening in the wall, so to speak, but inside it's a decently sized pub. You see full tables, people laughing, you hear music faintly coming outside.
So it's fairly busy.
Yeah, it's not
like a
not
dive
deserted.
bar kind of deserted.
There are places to park far away from it, and there are places to park closer to it. There's no real space to park right up in front of it, so it doesn't really matter where you pull up. But you notice that there's an awful lot of posters on the street. Kind of similar looking. You're not sure. You'd have to get out of the car and inspect them, but just like on poles, on the walls, none of them on the walls of the crack house, but surrounding it, there are a lot of posters on this street, both sides. Someone has an agenda and has been putting their words up somewhere.
Would I well, I assume once we get out I could go and just like sort of peruse.
Let me
give it a quick squiz.
Here. Just changing our music now that we're on the street. Alright, do you guys just park somewhere and get out together, or what's the plan? We'll get to the posters once we're in a good spot to sensibly look at
I
them.
asked the driver to drop us off as if we were like part of an Uber party, I guess. Just like sort of e-hailing service, drop us at the door kind of thing.
He says that he will stick around and points to where he's going to park, but he says he's going to drive around a bit first so it doesn't look like he just drops you off and then parks. Mm-hmm. So he is going to be subtle, but he's going to be there so that if you guys need to get away or something, he's around.
Then we'll find a park and not try and distance herself from everyone else.
Okay.
I'll leave Doggo to watch the car. He's probably unwelcome in the bar itself.
Sensible. Okay. You guys get out, and Flynn pulls up, and yeah, the pub is there, and you guys, while you're waiting, can get a good look at what the hell is going on all over these walls.
Cool.
They're curious to some of you. I'd say Flynn and Katya know the rumors well enough. I would say that Nulai's never heard a thing. Joanne, it's tough to say. It probably didn't come up in your month. But they're all several versions of the same poster. And for the most part, It's a portrait. It's a black and white close-up of a human, well, as far as you can tell human, you don't see fangs, but it's a person, of a face. And in each of these posters, there's a good 5 or 6 variants. The face is different. But they're all making an exaggerated expression, a like shit-eating grin, rictus smile, a gasp of pain, a death glare, a big yawn. But they're all very exaggerated, very intense. They look almost painful to hold your face in that position. But they all appear to have the same eyes, the same color, the same shape, the same intense stare, no matter what the face is doing. Even the yawn is somehow managing to stare at you, which is weird because you're pretty sure you close your eyes when you yawn, but this yawning face does not. Always staring, always the same shade of blue. And written under each face is a simple sentence, written in all caps in a very blocky, simple font. Have you seen Nathaniel?
Oh.
Now,
Nulai heightens his sight. The mention of seeing makes him remember that he can heighten his sight.
there is really nothing on those posters hidden.
It's not like he's looking at it like a Where's Waldo type of thing, but
You can see like the little imperfections and the flecks of. You are certain that some of these faces are drawn and some of these faces are photographed, and you can tell which ones are which. But the drawings are all very true to life. And yeah, you can't see Nathaniel unless Nathaniel is the person in the posters, except that each one's a different person. So, but those of you that know the rumors of this city know the name. Nathaniel is the kindred who is credited with destabilizing the Camarilla, killing the old prince, plunging Shadeport, its kindred, into chaos, starting a war which got the attention of the hunters and led to a massive purge. Nathaniel is... Not much is known about Nathaniel other than the name Nathaniel. Supposedly he had a position in the court. Maybe he was the sheriff, maybe he was one of the primogen, which are the leaders and representatives of a clan. As far as you can tell, there aren't any primogen at the minute. Maybe... Yes?
Juliet has not told me yet about how shit went down? Or...
Maybe. I'd say that, like... The word Nathaniel might be familiar to you, but like she hasn't given you a ghost story about all the shit that happened. She would have just offhand explained it. She focuses more on the now and on the future than on the back then.
Okay.
But you're vaguely aware, and you've probably heard the term Nathaniel mentioned because the kindred consider him the boogeyman. Basically, you could ask, or you know, if it sparks a conversation in the group, then perhaps.
I'm curious, because there's so many of the posters, I decided to snap one off with my smartphone just to like take a picture because I want to ask about it later, or maybe do some research on my own.
That's very doable. Picture comes out just fine.
Woot.
Any examinations, or does anyone say anything, or do you all just take in the posters and move on?
Flynn
I might
will
frown at it, but that's
Sorry.
about all.
If Flynn might look at it much and just walk past.
Nulai is trying to glance through the camera's or the phone camera's lens as he remembers. Did the prince mention this camera thing? The like how being invisible doesn't show up on camera, or rather.
She told you that
will still show
being
up on-
invisible does not affect cameras.
Yeah. So Nulai remembers that part and cheekily tries to look through the phone to see whether Nathaniel is there.
There are no hidden kindred anywhere, but like the specific posters you're looking at are one of like many. They're all over up and down the street, except on the walls of the crack house. There are no Nathaniel posters plastered over the crack house.
I would notice this because of my awareness. But obviously I don't know if there's any significance yet.
I mean, everyone can notice it.
Do they seem... Sorry.
Nulai or Joanne... I'd say, okay. So, Nulai, you decided to stare at it with your heightened senses. So I just want to get a custom roll for you to just see how aware you are. Let's have... Can you do it without a... No, you can't. Let's just have your wits, and then add 2, a modifier of 2 for your auspex. I just want to... Oof. 5 successes. Okay. I'll dim the music for now. As you're staring intently at this poster and really looking at it and trying to figure it out, you hear it again. You hear the same singing voice that you heard when Juliet encouraged you to listen to the voice of the city. And as you look at the name Nathaniel written on those posters, you hear just ever so faintly, "Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm a man of wealth and taste. I've been around for a long, long year, sold many a man's soul and faith." That's it. That's all you get. Does Nulai know that song?
No.
Okay. So the symbolism would be lost on him. Does Snip know the song?
No.
Okay. Just for the class, songs about the devil.
Fun times. And sensing a theme.
Yes. But that's all you get.
I hear a song.
It's enough.
Snulai slowly tries to recite whatever he could remember from what he heard from that song. I'm assuming it's not a constant loop on repeat.
You heard it
over
once,
and over.
but you remember the
I heard-
words.
Yeah. Nulai, well, I don't remember the words personally, so I will just say that Nulai repeats the words in a soft voice.
Does anybody recognize or
I
acknowledge?
do, since he's, well, pretty close to me, given that he was trying to look through the camera thing. And I asked him if he heard the singing.
Yeah, I heard the song, a song. It's not the one from before.
I don't know the song either, but I propose Soundhound. Can we do that? Can we Soundhound it?
Is that what? Does that you put the lyrics in and it'll
Yeah.
tell you
can,
what
like,
song it
hum
is?
a bar. Well,
do any of the other two speak up, having recognized what Newly said?
The lyrics mean nothing to Katya?
Flynn will just turn to Neely and say, "So you're a Stones fan then?" I was there when they performed that the first time.
Is Flynn lying?
No.
Good shit.
nice. So, assuming we sound-hounded and we find the lyrics and we're like, oh, damn, okay. I mean, what do you want to do with that then?
Well, yeah, the song is
Do we
called...
write it down?
The song is called Sympathy for the Devil, which is pretty clear. And as you read the lyrics, you will see references that very much tell you, yeah, this is basically just a song from the perspective of Satan.
Cool. That is ominous. And I wonder why I didn't hear anything.
Of the devil? So are we supposed to just assume that this person is the devil? I'm not really well versed in this power yet.
He's just a myth. It's not important, it's just a myth.
I'm not going to say anything because I'm supposed to be like the prodigy or whatever, and I don't want them to think that I didn't hear anything or didn't see anything, so now I'm just like,
Are you going to leave it there, or are you going to like try and hear it?
Maybe I suggest that we walk to the bar.
Okay.
Or we like go in, and then like as we're walking, I sort of lag behind the group and try to hear it if I can.
Do you just focus inwardly, or do you look at the posters?
I would probably look at the posters.
Okay. I will give you the opportunity to make the same roll, which again will be your wits, and then you don't use anything else, you just add +2 to represent, or +1 for you actually, to represent your Auspex skill.
+1.
The city is quiet today.
Bugger.
Now,
I may or may not kick a stone a little bit angrily, and then just kind of catch up to everyone else.
a crueler GM than myself would have you guys walk into the pub, and having none of you mentioned that you were going to blush of life, have you walking in as cold, pale, creepy-looking vampires. However, I will remind you that you had mentioned using blush of life to go in looking like people. So, will you all activate that?
Yes.
Nulai, you were. It was explained how, and as you watch them begin to do it, you will find the instinct is there. It is a rouse check for each of you to do that, though.
Is there any sort of detriment to not doing it?
I mean, you look sick. Your skin is cold. You cannot drink or eat anything without immediately throwing it up. People won't look at you and be like, hey, you're a vampire, but I believe the main point was being able to drink at a pub without looking odd.
Yes.
Flynn, your hunger is back to 1.
Oh no.
The beast wakes up. Nulai, you get hungrier as well. The rest of you are fine. And you enter the bustling tavern. And the music plays.
Oh, glorious. I decide to head over to the bar to see if, first of all, is our chap bartending, because I believe we would have gotten a description of what he looks like, right? Oh,
Yes.
Would we be able to sense?
It was a
the
generalized
presence of the other-
description. It could be him. Apparently, Flanagan is not incredibly interesting as a person, but the fellow is wearing a cap, so you can't really see his hair, but you assume it's either short or bald. There are some tough-looking men sitting near the entrance. They're not in the traditional bouncer spot. It's the sort of pub where anyone can walk in. But once again, Katia, your ability to figure out whose job it is to be watching everyone who walks in. Those two are the guys who will hit you if you make a problem. You're not sure about the rest. There's some, loud, boisterous, rowdy drinkers who may or may not join in on a bar fight. But those two guys will. One of them's big and bulky, and the other one is bigger and bulkier.
Stupid question, but would one vampire recognize another?
That's also what I'm wondering.
With Blush of Life on, not immediately.
Okay, but I would be able to tell. Oh, wait, but he would probably also have, wouldn't he? Would he?
The guy behind the bar looks like a person. There's warmth in their cheeks.
That actually is among the disciplines I took. So if it's something I can use without it being visually obvious that I'm doing it, I would like to with regard to the bartender.
Remind me which category this one's under?
So this is animalism,
Right.
sense the beast.
Scrolling up. I just need to remember how exactly it works. You need to resolve. You need to roll resolve plus your animalism. There might be a setup button for you on there that you don't have to. That is a rouse check. That's not quite right.
Don't know why I pulled that.
Well, the good news is
Right.
you didn't get hungrier.
To resolve. Sorry, I had to check something else.
That's fine. It's resolve plus 2 in any case if you. Ah, yes.
I
There
don't
we
know
go.
why it rolled 6.
Why did it? Hang on. I'd like to know. Let's see. Resolve plus discipline. It should have been 4 dice.
Mm-hmm.
Unless it added your fortitude as well.
Okay, that's 4 dice. It's a little bit less encouraging, though.
Yeah, the one on the hunger die is bad, but I will. Oh, it's because I said plus 2, maybe. I don't know, because it wasn't. Yeah, if you use the one with discipline listed, it'll be fine. I'll discount the one on the hunger die and call that growing pains as we learn the system. But I will say it was a 2 successes roll, because your first one had 3 successes, and if I take 2 dice from that, Law of Averages takes 1 success, so it's about right. I'll say 2 successes, which in this fella's case, I'll say that it is just enough. That's a kindred tending bar. You can.
Okay.
He's not particularly hostile. He's just enjoying himself, and he is doing his best to look unthreatening and normal and human-y. However, there is a beast in there.
I tend to assume that Joanne will do the talking, but I've certainly got my eye on him as she does so.
So I suggest everyone grab a table, not in a too obvious a spot, so somewhere where we could kind of chill and talk without being heard by tables close by. And I head over to the bar to get us a couple of beers. Whatever's on tap.
He looks at you. Haven't seen you around here before. Hope you enjoy your time.
I smile very charmingly at him and thank him so much for his welcome. I am new to the neighborhood. How did he know? He must see so many girls.
I always remember a pretty face, darling.
Oh, that's flattering. So I smile, wink at him.
He is not
and
pretty.
grab
You just grab the. Yeah, he'll pour you the beers and
Uh,
wish you well, but
Then we'll follow Joanne over.
Oh,
And
he's smiling at you too.
And she's gonna say, look, if I'm gonna do this, and she's very artless, she's gonna just go like gesture to her face, for any period of time, I'm not drinking that. And she's gonna order whiskey.
Could you be a bit more specific, darling, or whatever I give you?
What would you drink yourself?
He reaches back, thumps a bottle of Jameson's down.
Good
The
choice.
finest.
That'll do.
He pours, graciously offers it. Did you say out loud that about the Blush Your Life stuff, or were you a
Pretty
bit...
much, yeah. The wacko, it was really artless. Like it was. I was not trying to hide it.
He doesn't show concern, and like he's not. He sort of lets it go, but he's looking at you more than he's looking at Joanne now.
Yeah. It's like a nod, wink, wink kind of.
But he hands you guys your drinks and is happy to let you go.
Does he seem shocked, threatened, anything different?
Not at the moment, just a bit curious. As though there's a million things you could have been talking about, and he's used to all sorts at a bar, so he's not on edge yet. But he is looking at you.
Alright, Flynn's gonna ask you, is this what passes for a busy night around here?
What passes for a what?
A busy night around here.
Close enough. We've had busier, but it's a pretty active house, I'd say. Are you unimpressed, madame?
Well, yeah, your taste in whiskey's good enough for me. We're looking for somewhere to drink, really.
My taste in whiskey is good enough for kings, my love. But nonetheless, the crack house is always welcome to all, but those who smoke it. And he winks like a douche.
That absolutely gets giggles. And
Simple
then I
rules
guess
here.
We head back to our table, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Simple
Flynn?
simple rules here, nothing illegal. Don't start any fights, but if you do, be damn sure we'll be finishing them. Yeah.
Flynn, leaves. She sort of tips her drink to him. It's a salute and flashes a fang.
Uh-huh.
Not in a threatening way. Just she's smiling as she does it.
He his smile just keeps tending bar.
Well, there goes my stealth surveillance.
You guys
We're being stealthy.
I think the wires were crossed, but nonetheless, I assume that if no one else is, Katia and Nulai at the table who didn't come with are keeping an eye on Flanagan. As Flynn and Joanne move away, if that's what you do, Flanagan just sort of moves his hands a bit in the direction of one of the bulky guys who bulky stomps over. You get the impression that this fella is attempting to move quietly. He gets there and
He's better subtle as Flynn.
there's some quiet mutterances going on between Flanagan and his man. But you don't hear it.
No. We are drinking beer. Me, 2 beers, because apparently my offerings are not good enough for the first round for Flynn, so now, well, here we are.
Look, this takes effort. If I'm gonna do it, I'm not gonna do it for beer. It's whiskey or nothing.
I mean, I can't actually be mad at that though. But when, I mean,
Were we being stealthy? This Flynn is asking this.
well, as stealthy as we could potentially be, being fairly visible.
I think I
The
fucked that
cat's
up.
out of the bag now though. Play it by ear.
You guys get comfortable as you can. The beer is awful, but you can sip at it and you can hold it for now. But you know that eventually it won't be staying. You'll see Flanagan just
I
keeps
think
looking at
it
you
might be
guys.
staying for me as far as my humanity goes.
Yeah, actually. You don't feel
No,
too.
never mind. It's only on wine. Not quite wine.
It's not as bad for you, but it still doesn't taste good. No matter of humanity can make you enjoy it. I don't believe. So, those of you that are keeping an eye on Flanagan can see that he is keeping an eye on you. Specifically Flynn, but he is looking at the rest of you. I think you just get this sort of probing kind of, he's looking for signs. But nothing happens for a while, and you guys can just chill for a bit, presuming that nobody makes any actions, for a good 10-15 minutes.
Well, I will share with my teammates that I think that's our man.
Cool.
Oh, I just realized Flynn did all that without knowing.
Oh yeah.
Oh no. Flynn is the worst vampire. She did not read the manual at any point.
So
I mean, at
may-
least Nula is not out there making an ass out of himself. Yet.
Give it time.
I giggle nervously at this revelation and comment that, well, it's a good thing then that he's kindred, because otherwise... And then I just down the last of my beer.
The round of drinks comes to somewhat of a conclusion, but before any of you get up, one of the gentlemen of above average size approaches the table, and in the standard bulky dude voice says, "The owner would like to have a word with you in his office, if it pleases, friends." And he's
Classification.
directing all of that at Flynn, but he didn't specifically say that he only meant Flynn.
Yeah, I was about to look at him and go, us? And then gesture at the whole table.
He's still looking at Flynn and he says, "That would be in your hands, I imagine."
Huh.
There you go. He seemed friendly. He's got good taste in whiskey. Can't fault him for that.
He points to a door that's not behind the bar, but it's next to it. It's just a nondescript... One of those doors that says, "Yeah, this ain't for you, pedestrian, public. Just this is a no door. Same color as the wall, just as uninteresting as it could be." And he says,
Well, I don't know about anybody else, but I'll push my chair back to indicate if she's going. I'll go with her.
My concern is
Nulai wants to, or quickly asks, can I use the bathroom first?
"The invitation's open to whoever takes it. I'm just passing on a message. Have a good night."
if we all head back there en masse, is that going to be more threatening?
Are you asking the guard?
Yeah. No, I'm asking. So the table talk?
You're asking
I
the
guess?
group as the guard walks away. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I... Because I don't know how badly shit went last time, I'm gonna be like, well, if
I'm getting better at playing the
Katya
body.
went together, it would be less intimidating. And since they didn't really say we all have to go, you in bathroom, I'll sit here and wait for his return. And
I'll just pose a question to Joanne. Which one of us is best at convincing people to see things our way?
not me.
If you say so.
Nulai's probably, I don't know.
You did see him, but I'm pretty sure Nulai went to the bathroom at this point.
Yes.
Sure.
Who's going? Who's staying?
Flynn will push a chair back and neck the rest of her drink and
Style.
sort of begin to move.
They bonded over whiskey. What could go wrong? If we hear any untoward sounds, I will listen very carefully. And if I hear anything that even remotely indicates kerfuffling, I will jump in.
So, no kerfuffling.
Yeah, well, I mean, try not to kill him.
Do your best.
This is the ideal outcome.
Okay.
But I have no reason to think that you would, because again, like I don't know what happened in the previous drama, so I'm just like, yeah, y'all seem so efficient.
So, if I'm correct, Flynn and Katia are heading into the back office.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The door is unlocked. You head into
Flynn will not get open the door, so.
Well, I mean, you see a hallway. But, like, there is an open door further along, not too far in, and you see the man who was behind the bar. There's a different person behind the bar now, for those of you that are still there. In a modest little office, there's only really one other chair from the one that he's sitting on, and it's not as good as the one that he's sitting on, and he has his feet up on the desk. And as you come in, does Flynn come in first, or does Katia come in first?
I'd say Flynn can come in first. I can loom in the background.
You loom as Flynn enters. Ah, my lady with a fine taste in drink, and yet methinks perhaps it wasn't as delectable as it is to them that breathe.
The memory's still just as good. And Flynn will, her behaviour will mimic his.
Well, it's always nice to meet fellows of the Fang out in the wild, but first question. Your three friends, and he nods and smiles at Katia. Are you all of the same social club? Or is this you and your entourage?
We're, I suppose you could say we're all the same social club.
Well,
In a way.
as I said to your beer-swilling friend before, I've not seen any of your faces around. There have been a lot of new faces in this city of late. And I don't much blame you, but I must say you have me at a disadvantage. Are you just here to drink? Or should I be worried?
I mean, in all situations, the drink is the important part, regardless of any other agenda.
I can see us getting along, and I hope I'm not wrong on that.
I'm not here to start nothing that doesn't need to be started.
Right.
Flynn and my name's Flynn. I'm reasonably new here too. Perhaps not as new as yourself.
Flanagan. I've been here long enough to get this place established. It's been quiet. I do like the quiet. But anyone's welcome to drink in this establishment, no matter what is to their tastes, provided they keep the peace and, well, behave themselves. You know what that means. He has told you that you can feed from someone here, so long as you are careful.
Much appreciated. Flynn will turn to Katia. Just sort of look questioning. If she wants to jump in at any point.
About that social club.
Indeed.
You know which one that would be?
He bares his fangs at this point and states, I'll be honest, I'm assuming you read a little further into what I stated. I mostly meant that we partake of the same evening delights when it gets down to business, but I am aware that there are many different schools of thought. I stay out of that stuff. So please enlighten me. If you're here with a
That stuff is here. We are here representing Camarilla Authority.
Camarilla.
Glenn will make a face with the word Camarilla.
What sort of face?
Like she'd smelled something bad.
He ponders for a moment. And he looks at you and he says, can't say I've heard that one before. Is this a religious gang? What's your motto? What you into? I hope it's not the drinking of children, because then we'll have a problem.
You gotta let it properly age
concerns
first.
there. I look at it this way. We look out for you if you look out for us.
We'll be moving in to the area sometime soon.
The Crestful?
Making your acquaintance. Feeling the waters.
What exactly are your intentions, would you say? Are you taking up a business and keeping yourselves to that business? Or is what you're trying to tell me that I am about to have a crisis of management?
We don't intend to take over your bar. And we don't intend to muscle you out.
And I don't intend to blow your heads
good.
off, but you know.
Our intentions are, I suppose, currently Mikhail's intentions, the sheriff, where we work for him.
You're going to have to explain to me. I am so very poor and uneducated.
Is he bullshitting?
Are you going to attempt to? Are you going to roll for a bullshit detection?
Yeah, bullshit detection.
Would that be? God, would that be insight? I'd say that'd be insight, unless you can argue me that it's a different skill.
No, it's insight. I wish it wasn't, but it is.
Okay.
Or investigation, I guess.
Investigation would be like research and like searching for clues, not people. It would be intelligence because you're not using your wit. You're also not concentrating super hard. So intelligence plus insight, and Katya can make that roll as well if you feel like you're also doubting him.
Yeah, insight, determining states of mind and motives.
Yeah.
By the way, this
Worth
seems
a
like
shot.
a really long bathroom break.
We haven't got to what
I did
you're
not
doing.
intend to take that long of a bathroom break. For New Light, I did not intend, at least.
We'll get to you. Flynn, nothing seems up. Katya, you get the impression that he is perhaps obfuscating stupidity a little, but we can get back to you guys. Nulai, what are your intentions as you headed off to the bathroom?
Well, the first thing is that the best attempt to wash down the awful taste of the fancy beverage that was not wine.
Do you want to throw it up to get it out of you?
Probably, yes.
Yeah, it's easy enough to do in a bathroom. But yeah, you clean yourself up and blah blah. You're fine. It's
Yeah.
you feel.
And then
Good.
Nula is reminded of this letter in his pocket, which he now has the privacy to look on. Sure, it might not be the most romantic place to read a love letter at, but, well, it is the first good place.
You're gonna read the note. It's very simple. It is in
unseal the
font.
envelope.
Yep. It comes away. It's, you don't need to roll for that. It's your envelope. It's simple in a typed font. Nulai. And there is a phone number. And below that it reads, call for an opportunity to earn money, to gain knowledge, perhaps to make a friend.
Nulai copies the phone number from the envelope into his now burner phone, and then he just puts the envelope back in, or puts the letter back into the envelope, and crunches up the envelope into his pocket.
Cool. Do you then make your way to where Joanne is, or where the other two are? Or do you do something different?
After a quick little pat down, or quick little check on the gun, just trying to in a sneaky bathroom stall, just looking at the different buttons on the gun and propping up anything that is not the trigger.
You examine the gun thoroughly, but you do not shoot yourself in the anything.
How many bullets would the clip have? I assume it is a typical. Actually, I don't remember the difference between magazine or clip.
Yeah, I mean, it's how much would a 9mm have before you have to change it out?
Anywhere
12?
from 7 to 15, I would say.
Yeah, there's about 12 in there. That's a nice middle range for them both. There's no extra ammo. You've got that, and that's all that Mikhail gave you for now.
Is there any safety measure? I assume most guns have safety, but
yeah,
is
there's
there any sort of safe? Yeah.
There's a thing to hit on and off. The safety is currently on. You couldn't shoot yourself if you tried. Or the wall. You think that it would be simple enough to point and shoot. You hope. Okay.
Nula is satisfied with this information, washes his hands like a good boy, and comes out of the bathroom to witness now lonely Joanne, I presume.
Anything happening outside, or?
So where are the others?
Well, it seems we've drawn some attention. Well, Flynn has anyway.
And you didn't?
Well, I didn't want to be too intimidating. Although, maybe now's a good time to test out your hearing. See if you can pick up any sounds of scuffling.
You also have that ability, Joanne?
Yeah, we could both sit and, see if we can hear something.
I would say with...
changes his focus from sight to hearing.
Okay. First thing you notice is this. Okay, so the... To make it more manageable, I'm just gonna... and also the loud bar people having a good time. It is quite possible that there's a quiet conversation happening in the office, but you're not going to be hearing that. It is uncomfortably loud, but not painfully loud, so I will not make you roll to resist damage. But
I will switch back to his sense of sight.
Yeah,
as his main focus.
You can see a lot of unsightly growths on the patrons' faces, but nothing as bad as that loud music.
Thanks a lot. Good friend. 8 out of 10.
Any further
I'm
actions?
just going well then.
I'd like to
I
go
guess-
to the others now.
You follow him in? Does Joanne follow Nulai into the office, or wait?
I reckon it's probably a good idea at this point, because to have all three of them in there, I don't really know everyone's like full sort of capacity for loyalty and things, etc. at the moment. So, like, I do follow. Just to
You guys
observe.
would be coming in just as Flanagan pretends to not know much and Katia begins to twig at it. Do you call him, or do you just let him continue?
Nulai just joins the party quietly.
Yes. Does Katia call Flanagan's BS or not?
Not just yet.
Okay. But yeah, he's basically asked... The last question he asked was, what kind of person calls himself a sheriff? Like, are we in the Wild West or something? Is he... I hope he's not rounding up the Catholics.
I might comment at this point that, like, well, unless the Catholics have done something to piss off his boss, probably not.
That's a language I can speak. Welcome again. It's getting a bit crowded in here, but hey, why not? So, I'll let me get
Seems
this
like
straight. You're moving in. You're going to be living in Crestville. You work for a sheriff. Is this some kind of government thing? Like, you're not about to tell me there's some kind of secret vampire mayor that I'm going to have to pay taxes to? What is a tax? I don't have to give you blood, do I?
If the word
No.
government helps you make sense of it, there are worse terms. We don't plan on taxing you in any particular way that I'm aware of.
Just in patience, I'm sure. I kid.
Surely you've heard of the prince.
Shame what happened to that fella. Good music.
Do you know anything about what happened to people like us in this town before you got here?
Oh, you mean the big old murdering of the everything? Yeah. I mean, I wasn't around for it on account of how I'm here, but you hear about it, yeah. Some idiot by the name of well, he just looks a bit off at this point, and it's as though he's remembering something. Mistakes were made, and everybody got themselves into a pickle, and now there aren't as many people here. One of the reasons why an enterprising young fella such as myself would want to branch out in a nice, quiet place where there aren't any governments telling you what to do and who to fuck.
Quite so. I would tell you our purpose is to make sure that doesn't happen again. If that helps you understand things any better.
Your purpose is to stop us from all getting killed. That's a hell of a purpose. I approve.
As for telling you who to fuck, that's entirely up to you. Well, telling you what to do, that might change from time to time.
Okay, I'm going to need a bit of detail on that.
Need to know basis, but if you're amenable to having a conversation about it, so would we.
Let me make
You never know
something clear.
when a connected bartender might come in handy.
Ah, so I would be paid for services rendered, not ordered around like a pet dog that happens to pour beers.
I giggle and look over at Katja a little bit and just like keep quiet.
It's always everyone needs a friendly bartender, and everyone likes
Yeah,
to chat with
quite
their
so.
bartender. It'll be
We've
nice
all
to-
seen
Plenty of
Cheers, yes.
goings-on. We'll look out for you if you have trouble here.
So what are my responsibilities? Or what am I being asked for? Is this just a case of, hello, we're here, deal with it, or am I being asked for something here?
It gets as complicated as you want it to. for now, hello.
I
I'm
like
here.
simple.
How do you...
I like whiskey.
Do you really, though? Because since this happened to me, it hasn't tasted good.
I like remembering whiskey. I like
Oh.
the idea of whiskey.
Oh, you're
Whiskey
just
is a
speaking my language.
something I can get behind.
It just... I mean, you know, you get the experience when you give a friendly whisper in the ear or the neck of the patrons, but my. I do miss just being able to drink. Nonetheless, look. So what you're saying is that Crestville is going to be orderly, kept safe. The fanged folk who come by aren't going to cause problems, be disruptive.
That's exactly
That's
what
your
No more disruptive than your normal patrons at any rate.
So if I were to tell you that there was a fella not unlike us with the teeth, who was in fact being quite disruptive, it would be in your interest to see that man stopped.
It
Well,
would.
it's definitely something we'd like to know about, that's for sure.
I've met more than a few of us since coming here. Some of them like to drink here, but they don't live in the neighbourhood. There is one other bloodsucker who does. His name is Melvin. And he used to be fine, you know. Kept himself to himself mostly, but he'd come round every now and then, you know. Our kind, we look out for each other when we're not stabbing each other in the back, and he was the amenable sort. We were on all right terms. And then I don't know whether something was done to him or whether he did it to himself, but he just stopped being quite so normal. He's not welcome here anymore. The last 3 times he showed up, blood all over his shirt was bad enough, but
Flynn looked guilty.
people are starting to ask questions because people are starting to disappear. Now, I know as well as you that we might be capable of a lot of things, but you get the long arm of the law on us, and well, I don't want that. I don't want questions around my neighborhood.
Plural, disappearing does not sound like a good thing.
Especially
I think
not
we
for the
understand
fucking
each other.
people.
Those kind of questions are the kind we don't want anyone asking. That is why we're here.
Correct. So,
Is
prove
I
it
was
to
gonna
me.
ask,
By all means. Bless.
Is it just the snacks that are going missing, or kindred too?
People are going missing. As far as I can tell, none of our kind have run afoul of anything around this neck of the woods, otherwise they'd stop coming in for a drink.
Can you tell us anything about where to find this person? What he's done? What he can do? What he looks like?
Well, he starts with a physical description. Melvin is small, thin. Every time I see him he gets thinner, which is interesting. I didn't know our kind tended to change in weight. I'd never seen it before, in fact. But sunken, withdrawn sort of face. He's snarling a lot more than he used to. Otherwise,
Nulai
he used to
quickly
look
glances
fine.
at his
Short
own
hair.
body from dimension of weight.
Yes, Nulai is very thin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. He did like the guy's. I wouldn't say nondescript, but I don't particularly care to describe the exact facial features of every character we meet. Suffice to say, he tells you what the guy looks like. But he says, answers to the name of Melvin, and up till now, as far as I'm aware, still does. He lives in an apartment building called the Davis Building. It's very small. I visited him once. I didn't go into his room, but I met him outside. 3-story building. I think there's maybe 6 people or 6 families that live there in all. Very, very compact.
6
I don't-
families.
Well, there's 6 rooms.
Oh, 6.
As in the number after 5 and before 7, not the thing you do with your dick. Not all of us were created equal in this department, but nonetheless. He might have moved ever since he lost his fucking marbles, but that's a good place to start.
If we just figure any out, what could we have assurances in return that you won't work against us and ours? Tit for tat.
You'll have my word that I do not engage in the bullshit that is politics of the fanged folk. I do not give a damn who drinks from my bar. If you were to tell me, oh, this particular person isn't allowed to drink here, well, you'd need to give me a damn good reason. I will help you in exchange for deals that I consider fair. I will happily live under your umbrella. But if an old fucker comes along and says, hello, I'm your superior within the caramel dancing, and I'd like to take this pub from you while you can bend over, then I can guarantee you that that would not go well. I might not survive it, but I'd damn well make sure he knew how uninterested I was in his proposition. Presuming y'all are fair and fine people who want the best for this city and this neighbourhood and treat me with respect, then I think we can get along bloody well. However, other than my word, which means quite a lot if I do say so myself, I'm not sure what I could give you.
Fair enough. Think it's on us to prove our intentions then.
And you,
I can tell you that if you deal with Melvin, the headache relief would be enough to make me very happy to tell you whatever you need to know about other parties in this in this city.
perhaps over the memory of a drink.
Knew I liked you. Now, I've told you where the fucker lives. As far as I can tell, he's getting sloppier and sloppier in the Satan of his appetite. He does not mean well for the people around him. Personally, I would be quite happy if he was not around tomorrow. But I don't really care how you solve the problem, so long as the problem gets solved, you know?
You say you avoid all the political bullshit. Do you know if he did as well, or if he was perhaps affiliated?
We got along. We just wanted the freedom, we wanted the quiet. I let him drink from this establishment while he was stable. Now, I don't know what the fuck he does, but as far as I can tell, back when his brain worked, he had the same philosophy as I did.
At this point, I think I kind of look at everyone, I nod and say, well, it looks like we have some evening entertainment. Let's regroup.
But I'm just a nod and she'll stand and offer a hand to Flanagan.
He shakes. Neither of you are cold because you're both using Blush of Life to blend in. You've got an address,
follow up.
which is very close. It's just a block away. have the man's name, the description, and you've been informed of what he does, so it's up to you now.
I wonder if we shouldn't consult Mikhail first, because from what it sounds like this guy's kind of losing the plot a little, and we don't know how that impacts his strength. Like, will he just fucking attack us on sight, or how careful do we have to be?
Would you have his number? Would you want to ring him, or?
Yes.
Okay.
To ring him.
Will you do that?
Like,
where? Because you're in the pub right now, in the office.
I could do it in the car.
I assume that we're like sort of gonna head out now, and then maybe I call him on the way to the car.
Okay.
Because we do have a little bit of ways to walk to the car, don't we?
A little bit.
Flynn throws up in the bushes.
Yeah, the rest of you do need to vomit.
I will take a
Yay.
stop at the restroom before we go then.
Okay. Well,
Nice
we'll
drinks,
gloss
Elsa.
over that, but everyone vomits up their drinks. It's fine. Okay, so as you're heading to the car, you dial Mikhail's number. Joanne,
Mikhail,
how did
the
it go?
evening has been wonderful. I have a question.
I may have an answer.
Oh, well, then both of us are going to be happy. Let's say a kindred has lost his way.
As in,
Does
I
not
need directions, or I am killing rampantly and very much require to have my head removed.
More the latter. Is this something you think we could handle on our own?
Is this Flanagan? Was my information wrong?
It is not Flanagan. However, Flanagan has been very helpful in pointing us in the direction of someone who is causing problems and definitely will be a problem for, well, not just Camarilla, but the Masquerade in general.
Do you get into the car at this point?
Yes.
Okay. As you open the car door, you realize that you're hearing Mikhail's voice as a kind of echo. And as you get into the car, you look at the front seat, and a man turns around and looks at you with a phone. It is not the same driver as before, but it is not Mikhail either. It is a very nondescript face, very uninteresting. He looks at you, and he says in a considerably more descript voice, "You spoiled my fucking surprise!" And he puts the phone away. Listen. The Masquerade is the most important tradition. If this kindred cannot be reasoned with, cannot be brought down to a stable level, then the sheriff's job, and by extension yours, is quite clear. That kindred is a danger not only to himself and to the mortal populace, but to all of us. Now, do I think that the four of you are capable of taking care of one kindred? I should fucking hope so, otherwise what good are you? However, does this kindred have backup?
We don't know.
Flanagan...
It would indicate that he's alone, but
Yeah. I think it would be remiss of me to fight your battles for you. However, as you can see, my intention was to be present in a not so clear way. I will be your driver for this evening. I will be close by, and if you should find that you are in the shit, then call me. Or scream, I have very good hearing.
sounds like a great option. Convenient.
But you will go into this on your own, if as a point of proof, if nothing else.
All right. Is Flynn with us, or has Flynn gone to find her bike?
If Flynn would have brought it, like she should have jumped on, brought her bike over, and she would have heard it, but she was not part of the conversation.
Okay, cool.
Does anybody have more to say, ask of Mikhail whatsoever, or are you intending now to go To the apartment building or somewhere else?
I do have one question.
Goddamn, gun.
Flanagan said this kindred's been getting thinner.
What?
That was my response. You ever heard of anything like that?
That is not fucking normal. For the benefit of our newbies. How you look now, your hair, your body fat, everything about you as you died, I hope you like it. Because that is you. There is not much that can change that. If you shave, the hair will go away, but as you sleep the day away, wake up the next night, the hair will return. The hair will not grow. If someone chops off your hand, the very next day, you may have a hand again, you may not. That can be a little different. But simple things like hair, nails, they are eternal. Wait!
So are you saying that
He's not supposed to
going to the
change.
gym is useless?
Depends. If you consider it a restaurant, then it can be a lot of fun. If you would like to build muscle,
Suppose it isn't.
if you would like to build muscle, you are shit out of luck. However, one does not need muscle mass amongst our kind in order to be able to punch a truck. He looks around. Damn, no trucks.
Okay, well, we know that we have a skinny, raging vampire on the loose who may or may not be deranged. I reckon we should probably find out where he is sooner rather than later.
Limit the damage.
Shall I take you to the place that you were sent to?
I would like to ask, have you ever heard of something influencing a kindred and sending them mad?
Yes.
She does not look at Joanne when she says this.
How old are you? There's like 5,000 different ways to do that.
Yeah, but one that would make them thin.
That is different shit, yes. It is... I have learned in my time as an ugly fucker who drinks blood that if it is rumored, it is possible. There are those amongst us who can run at the speed of light. There are those amongst us who can punch trucks. There are those amongst us who can vanish from sight, who can change their face. He points at his own face, which still does not look like his own face. There are those amongst us who can see deep into your soul. There are those amongst us who can tell your soul what it should be thinking, and you will think it was your own idea. However, while everything is possible, do you know what is most possible? Kindred are lying fucks. So, the real trick is sorting out the bullshit from the real shit. Now, this Flanagan says he saw a vampire grow thinner and thinner, and yes, that is weird. However, I could do that. I could make you see that. Doesn't mean it's happening. So, results inconclusive.
Sure.
I guess we have to see for ourselves, don't we?
Aye. He starts driving in any case. I assume he's been driving as he tells you this. Flynn, what's...
She's following.
Oh, right, no, okay. Yeah, he lets you get out.
Does he stop as he lets me get out, or does he just...
He does. He's amused. Alright. Well, we'll zoom forward. You guys are, on a different street. It's a quieter street. Not as many active night spot businesses. The street with the crack house on it was the street where people go at night. And you recognize the...
Needs?
Davis building. It is, as Flanagan said, it's a nondescript 3-story building with Davis apartments in like a little like metallic sign, like the letters are protruding out and fastened to the wall. There's a door. Not too many windows. You can't really see in. And there is space around to the sides.
Well, unless anybody has any other ideas, I guess I'll try the front door, see if it's unlocked.
Mikhail waits, parked in his driver disguise. The door is unlocked, and if you walk in, you will see a little lobby. There is a. It's like a desk, but it's one of those ones that's behind a wall where the receptionist has a little office where you can see through a window that's glass with a window at the end to pass keys back and forth if necessary. Dude perks up as someone enters. In that lobby there's also a couch. There is a hallway going down. There is an elevator. Next to the elevator there is a stairwell with stairs leading up and also stairs leading down. You are on the ground floor.
Oh.
Sitting on the couch, you see someone looking like a security guard. You see a holstered pistol. He's just also chill. He's receptionist. We have a vacancy. Are you here to stay?
Are the others with me in here? Are they coming in? Because I
Good question.
happily look for someone more persuasive to talk.
I'm with you.
Nulai has been just following.
Sorry?
Like an apartment number? From
No,
Flanagan?
you just all Flanagan said was he's in that building. Flanagan said he was he met him at there once, but he didn't see the dude's house.
Okay, so I'm gonna go up to the front desk and I'm gonna say, we're here. Oh my gosh, do we? That would make sense, I guess. It may be kind of gross, but okay. Yes, we'd like a room just for the night. We're passing through.
Okay.
I'm assuming it can't be very expensive, so I could probably swap my card and it would be fine. And it would mean that we can do whatever we need to do without too much suspicion.
I mean, most of the people who live here do so permanently, but there's you get the impression that maybe this guy shouldn't be letting people stay as though it's a hotel, but he does anyway. And he says, I guess there's no one in 3A at the minute.
And then, well, I mean, you look around, it looks like a hotel. There's keys, there's doorman, there's like, I mean, kind of like, that's the feeling.
Sure. Alright. Passes a key. He doesn't give a shit.
Cool. Dope.
He's not asking for money at the minute. Perhaps he'll want money when you meet him in the morning, but you don't know. Normally they would ask for money. He's just handing you a key.
So...
Nulai, now, after a short contemplation, after waiting for Joanne to finish her business, Nulai now walks up to the counter himself.
Yes.
Hey, listen, I got a little bit of an accident and I happen to lost my room key. Is there a way to get another one?
I mean, sure, but I don't know who you are.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
I've been living in 2B for quite some time now. I mean, sure, I don't greet you every
2B?
morning here, but yeah, 2B.
Mrs. Grayson? You're looking pretty good for 75. Buddy, what the fuck?
Nulai looks into the eyes and just says, "Forget about it."
Hi. Can I help you?
Ah, nothing. You helped me more than enough. Thank you.
Okay. Well, is that all? You
Yeah. Thank you. You
to
you-
Joanne
you
as
know.
well. Okay, are you guys good?
I just nod and walk away, and then like note to self: next time, just get new lights to like compel them to give us keys instead of being awkward.
Well, you guys have a key to 3A, and you know that Melvin's not in 2B. That is the summation of your knowledge.
Cool.
Security guys just
So-
kind of looking at you now. It's abnormal for 4 people to come in, assuming Flynn came in.
Yeah, I came into the lobby.
Okay, it's weird to have just 4 people in the lobby and seemingly unrelated at the same time. So he's looking.
Shall we head up? Pretend like nothing is weird, and then split up and investigate?
Stairs or elevator?
Stairs. I'm also feeling the stairs.
I'm taking the elevator. What's the point of
Okay,
climbing upstairs?
y'all
anymore?
split up. Joanne and Flynn head up the stairs from the first floor. Nulai, which floor do you enter in?
The top floor.
I'll tag along
okay.
with him, just so nobody's alone.
So Nulai and Katia take the elevator up to 3rd floor. Flynn and Joanne ascend the stairs. Do you go to the 3rd floor? Because obviously you can get off at the 2nd floor as well. Your key is to
I
3A, so...
We are looking for unhinged vampires, so it wouldn't hurt to do a sweep of all the floors, and if might as well start with the first one. See
Well,
if we see
it would
anything.
look
The
very
experience
obvious.
with the sweeping.
Okay, so there is a corridor leading back on the 1st floor, but to go down there you would have to walk past the lift and stairs and past the security guy down towards rooms that aren't yours. So you might want to skip 1st floor, but you can get out at the 2nd floor, and there's a 2A and a 2B down the hallway.
Oh, we know he's
Flynn,
in.
you... Yeah?
I guess we could knock on 2A and see who answers. Bullshit our way through.
I guess.
What's the worst that could happen?
Oh boy!
I reckon let's just walk past. I'm sure we would be able to smell something if there was something really weird. Like I'm really assuming the witch.
There's
Like,
nothing
he's-
concerning that
Okay.
you smell.
So then we just, I don't know. I would go up to the next floor.
Okay, not knocking on doors. Does Flynn knock on
Yeah.
a door?
I know I will follow Joanne's lead. I am trying out this new thing I've heard about called stealth.
Nulai and Katia, you arrive at floor 3 a little bit earlier than the other two. Do you, what do you do? You don't have the key to 3A yet, so...
Hmm. Well, we're pretty sure he's not in 3A, so I'll put an ear to the door of 3B, see if I can pick up anything at all about what might be going on in there, if anything.
Hear the faint sounds of a
As,
television.
Yeah, as Katya puts her ear on the door, Nulai switches his senses to his hearing.
You hear the very clear sounds of a television. A sitcom is on.
What show is on?
It's bad. It's The Big Bang Theory.
Nulai laughs at when he hears the laugh track, he laughs with it.
creepy.
I'm kidding.
As you guys are listening, Flynn and Joanne are approaching. You gonna try 3B?
No.
I mean 3A, sorry.
Oh, yes. We'll go into 3A.
Door unlocks. It is an empty, stripped bare sort of apartment building. There is a bed. There is a couch. That's about it. There's a bathroom. If you could spend some time to like turn this place over, but
There's no point, really.
there is nothing
But
there.
could we hear something else through the walls, potentially, than we might have heard through the door?
No, nothing. There's the faint sound of a TV from 3B. That's it.
Does the door have the peephole?
Not that you can look in from the outside. I don't know how that shit works, but it's meant to be from inside out, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious more about whether the person, if there was a person inside, whether he could see.
You're asking
me.
if 3A has a peephole, so you
Well,
can check
I was
it.
asking about 3D.
Right? No, you don't think so.
Now, are these two apartments on the same side of the hall, or are they across the hall from each other?
It's one apartment on the left, one apartment on the right. It's a small, compact building. That's that's where the rooms are, one on each. The hallway is very small.
Okay. So now would be a time to regroup then and see if I'm going to ask Katya if she has any ideas on how to approach further surveillance, because surveillance is not my strong suit. I'll notice things, but I don't know what I'm looking for.
Oh, I'm not too sure myself. What kind of building is this, Gab? Like, is it what's it made out of? Like brick or?
Brick, yeah. It's just a solid brick building the big bad wolf would not be able to knock over.
You could always try and bluff. Like knock on a
You
door.
can try to bluff the building to see whether it would fall over if you blew on it.
Yes,
Whether
yeah,
the building
that's
believes it's
definitely what I meant.
built on bricks.
And like we could,
I
pretend.
don't know. I had a fairly crazy thought of, I don't know, like climbing down the outside and looking into windows, but I doubt my athletics is quite that good to get down up or down a sheer face.
At this point, as y'all are standing in this hallway debating, you hear a clunk and a and as you look down the hallway to where you came from, you will see that the elevator is now blocked by a massive metal shutter.
Oh, it's one of those.
The stairwell is fine.
So
I'm gonna make my way to the stairwell and try to. Does it sound like there's any activity down there? Anybody doing anything?
To your ears, no. From where you are, you can't really see further down. It's loops around itself.
So the Auspex thing, that's mine and Mulai's, right? Okay, so I grab Mulai, we head to the staircase, and I'm like, can you hear anything?
Turn up your hearing. You hear shuffling, and you hear. But the shuffling and all of that sound is coming from way below.
Is there a HA charm sitting?
That was very
Gonna
quiet.
get my
What
knife
did you
out,
say?
ready for trouble at this point.
Okay.
I put my hand in my bag and I grip the little gun, but just like holding it. Like it's not. I'm not doing
As the
anything
door to
yet.
3A was still open, I imagine, some of you might have seen that the windows of 3A also suddenly metal. And the window at the end of the hallway, looking out, also metal. The stairwell is fine.
Flynn's gonna turn to Kashi and say, so... Guy down the bottom, do you reckon he's this guy's ghoul?
Could be. Could be. Unless
Yes.
anybody's got any better ideas, I'll go first.
This is a murder hotel if I've ever seen one. Can't wait!
Are we thinking security guy ghoul or desk guy ghoul?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Oh heck! I mean, we haven't seen people yet, so
We have an
Let's be quiet.
advantage that he thinks that we are snacks because we're all looking all like this.
right, we are looking rather snackish, aren't we?
So hopefully there's gonna be a bit of underestimation going on.
Do we wait for him to come up, or do we go down? No, we wait. I think we should wait.
Let him expend the effort of walking up the stairs.
Exactly. Plus, if we're snacks, we don't know he's coming.
We should scream. They always scream, don't they? Is this the bit where we scream?
Uh,
He's supposed to like be setting up
I
trap or something.
What?
how do you trap
Trap.
a crazy vampire? Like, I don't. Well, I wouldn't even know what kind of trap to set. Like,
This is the trap that you set. And Flynn just points at the metal windows.
we are the snack trap.
Do you guys intend to wait or to go downstairs?
I'd rather go,
I-
personally.
They can't stop you if you do, but they might not come with you.
If Cassie goes, I will go as well.
Does Katia
I'm
just...
sticking around.
I'm not gonna
alone.
go just by myself. I'll only go if everybody goes. We're not splitting up.
No,
If
we're not
everyone wants
splitting
to
up.
wait, I'll wait.
I've seen Scooby-Doo. I know how that is.
Yeah, splitting up is not happening. I think we should stay.
Okay.
While we're arguing about this, like, what is happening? Is the insane cackling coming closer, or like?
Nope. And it dies down after a while, and you're even with your heightened hearing, you don't hear much. You guys decide to wait. 5 minutes go by. Another 5 minutes go by.
We can't wait here forever.
Another 5 minutes go by.
If we keep waiting here, the sun's gonna come up. We need to get down and do something.
Yeah, let's go.
Pasha is missing you dearly.
Well, I'll take the lead downstairs, armed and ready for trouble.
You got your knife
got your
out.
knife.
Stick out.
You're on the alert. Everyone's on the alert. You make your way down to where the second floor would be. And you see metal blocking the way into the second floor. You make your way down to where Flynn and Joanne entered the staircase, where the first floor would be. And you see metal. But there are stairs continuing into the darkness.
Of course.
You carry forward down into the basement.
Yes.
Nothing bad ever happens in basements, guys. It's fine.
Nothing bad happens
This
in
darkness
basement.
makes new light switch his senses to see.
You can... I mean, it doesn't give you dark vision, per se, but you can see what you would have seen anyway super clearly. You,
Almost got the shot.
Hold on, where's my sheet thing here?
It's not complete darkness. It's very dim. But as you enter the basement and your eyes sort of adjust at the bottom of the stair, you can see that the basement looks and feels bigger than the rest of the building. It's not alongside the foundations of the building. It's more of an underground sort of open. You can't really make out the details, but you see shit strewn about. You see, like, a table knocked on its side. You see chairs moved about. And you see bodies. Not a great amount, but you see no less than 3, and you smell them too, obviously. Just lying, bloodied, different positions. They're not dismembered, but they're covered in blood and...
Are they drained?
Yes. They're drained, but there's blood that, I guess, missed our friend's mouth or whatever. They've been ripped up, sort of, like, played with, as well as drained, in different spots. Now, who is directly behind Katya?
It was gonna be.
Yeah? So Nulai and Joanne are behind. Okay.
Yeah.
So sort of heading down here. Can I send Michaela a text message?
Sure. What are you sending?
It just says murder hotel winky face exclamation point.
You receive a reply. If he offers to introduce you to his mother, don't. So, Katya and Flynn are in front, Nulai and Joanne are behind. Now, what does that tell me as the GM? That tells me that the people with Sense the Unseen aren't going to get there in time to stop. Katya, suddenly, you are no longer standing on your feet. Instead, you are a few feet away, horizontal, and there is something large and strangly on you. You feel hands grappling and going for your neck, and right away you can tell that these are enhanced. This is one of those. Remember when Mikhail said something about punching a truck? Yeah. This is not going to be a simple throw off of me. Let me. Okay, so what will we be rolling? And this is a surprise attack, so you are caught badly. What would be your intention? Having someone on top of you grappling you, would your intention be to use your weapon, or would your intention be to shove?
I'd say weapon, probably.
Okay. Knife? What are we using?
Knife.
The one that was in your hand? Okay.
Oh, sure.
So you're just going to be trying to get that into whichever part of him is closest, or are you aiming?
Well, yeah, let's see. I know heart won't, it's not wooden, it won't stop him, but he might not like it, so that's what I'll aim for as best as I can right now.
Okay, let me roll his, and I'm going to do that off screen. Alright, so what you need to roll you're just going for a solid stab. Are you not attempting to prevent what he's doing, but rather hope that you hurt him enough that he gives up?
Yeah, that's round 1.
Okay, we'll say strength and melee, and because this happened like that, the rest of you can't do anything just yet. So yeah, your melee and your strength.
Mm-hmm.
But you'll have to have a minus... Oh, well...
Sorry.
We'll say that was 5 successes instead of the 6.
Mm-hmm.
It's close enough. -1 for being, knocked the fuck down first. Doesn't deal you damage that happened. Well, you did alright there, actually. You get him good. The
It's
knife...
almost like that's what I built for.
Yeah, it's funny that. It's a good thing you were in front. So the way conflict rolls work is if two people are attacking at the same time, the person who wins is the person whose attack lands, because the other person is stunned by it. So effectively, his attempt to strangle you does not go off, because suddenly he's like, "Ugh!" And he's not thrown off of you. The knife is embedded in his gut, and you guys will be struggling again. However,
In the mean, do we hear?
Well, out there in the darkness, do Nulai and Joanne both have heightened eyesight?
I had hearing.
Hearing, okay. Nulai, you see glinting in the distance. You can't really make out the people, but you're pretty sure that there is a person with a knife not too far away. And Joanne, you are hearing jogging, and it sounds like there's two people coming towards.
Shit. Okay, so that means we've got, I'm assuming, the lobby ghouls approaching. Or am I hearing their kerfuffling, their scuffling?
I mean, you know the sounds of Katia and whoever has jumped upon her, but there are other people coming towards. Yes, you could like Katia is struggling in towards the doorway of the stairwell, but there's a lot of options for cover and such if you guys move out of that spot. But you'd have to move past the struggling two.
Well, I call out to Flynn and Katya. I go, we've got company. Thinking now, the guys coming. The two people that I can hear coming.
Yeah.
I'm assuming Flynn knows that Katya's been attacked.
It's pretty obvious. The darkness is further down. Where you are, there's the light from the stairwell that's still... Katia is... you can... the dude is on top, so you can attempt to assist Katia, or you can deal with those that are coming.
I mean, I'd assist Katya, I think.
That
Right.
would make the most sense.
Well, we need to do things in order. So, Flynn, what would you do?
How much can I see? Could I conceivably aim a stab, or would it just be a blind?
At the dude that is writhing on the floor with Katia, you can absolutely get him. You wouldn't be able to deal with the two that are coming because you yourself can't see or hear them yet.
In that case, I would try and stab from the back through the heart with my wooden hair stake.
Ooh, okay. That is difficult, especially because he's writhing on the ground. Let me see the There's a specific rule for trying a staking. If an attacker with a wooden stake succeeds at a cold shot to a vampire's heart, right? How the what's the?
If I call out, try and hold him still first. Does that help at all?
Usually the modifier is -2 successes, so you roll properly, but then I take 2 successes away from you.
Whew.
What is your You're using so you're using the wooden stake.
Mm-hmm.
This would be. I mean, it's a melee weapon. You can use your melee instead of your brawl. It would be your strength, and you don't have anything potency that helps. I'd say that the fact that he is not prepared for you means that the penalty for the fact that he's writhing around is offset by the fact that he's making absolutely no attempt to. That he has no idea it's coming. So like we'll just call it an even roll, but you need to get a lot of successes.
It's not a lot.
You need to get more than that. I am to subtract 2 successes from whatever you get. Would you like to use your willpower to re-roll 3 of the dice?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
take a
I
point
would.
of superficial willpower damage. You just mark the green box on the right, furthest right. No, you mark the green box on the furthest right.
Green box.
There,
That
yes,
one?
that is now superficially damaged. And you hit willpower reroll.
3 of them?
Yes. Okay, that is not better. We would say that you had to reroll. Oh, actually, yeah, you should have done 2 because one of those was your success anyway. You have a total of 3 successes now, which means 1 success, which is not good enough for a cold shot to the heart, but it does mean that you stab him somewhere else.
Let's squishy bits.
Yeah. You can pull it out with the same motion, or you could leave it in him.
I'll pull it out.
Okay. It hurts, but doesn't hurt a lot, because the wooden stake is a damage value of 0, unless it's, fucking... what's the word? Unless it's to the heart. So, you just get the 1 damage from your 1 success, which you're lucky he wasn't doing anything in response to you, because he was busy. No lie, what's your plan?
So I'm at the... How close am I to the stairwell?
I mean,
Exactly.
you could still be half in it if you wanted.
So am I would I be visible because of the light coming
Yeah,
from the
yeah.
stairwell?
All 4 of you have been clocked by whoever's in the room.
I scout for any sort of obstruction from the people in the general, or from the general direction of the people.
Do you mean you're looking for a place of cover?
Yes.
I said there's a turned over table that's close enough for you to, like, dive to.
Yeah. I dive in
Right?
and I unholster my weapon.
I'll say,
But I do not.
it's dark, so I'm gonna have to say Dex and Athletics to not stumble. It's not too hard, but...
Yeah.
Where the hell were the rest of your dice? Is that all you have for this shit?
I don't have any athletics.
Oh. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong sheet. I was looking at Flint. Yes, okay, it's just the fact that we're both hunger. I was like, well, hey, that's pretty good. That's actually the best you could possibly get, because it wasn't a messy critical. Okay. Beautiful. You dive undercover, and you're pulling out your pistol. Ready for action. Joanne.
I have to now quickly decide because either I take cover or take position to prepare for the 2 people coming in, or I go and help Katya and hopefully we overpower that guy quickly enough that we can all deal with what's coming next. Assuming that... Okay, shit. We're assuming that these 2 guys coming from the lobby are human, right? They're not vamps.
Katya never made a check.
Fuck.
You have
But they would have
no
been
idea.
assuming the same about us too, unless they made a check.
You have no idea.
He gave us a room. He didn't ask for money. I'm fairly certain.
Look, I think we've gone beyond the realms of possible suspicion. We're locked in a murder hotel.
Y'all are not having this conversation. Y'all are in a fight. What are you doing?
Okay, so Katya is our brawl. Like, she's our strength. I think I need to save Katya or help Katya. So I grab my gun that I've been holding the whole time, but now I'm actually gonna point and shoot. Is there any way that I can find a light switch? Is there a way there? Like, is there a light source? How would I find that?
You don't see a light switch, and if there is one, it's not on the walls near you where the light is highest. But if you're going to be shooting at a guy, you don't have time to search around for a light switch. Are you shooting, or are you looking for a light switch?
If I don't see anything in my immediate vicinity, I grab my phone, turn on the flashlight.
Okay.
And I see Flynn and this guy's back. Can I shoot him? Will it slow him down?
If you're just focusing the flashlight on immediately in front of you and not trying to do a survey of the room, that would take time. But you can shoot if all you're doing is turning the flashlight on. I would advise you not to miss.
Yeah,
I would prefer you not to miss too, please.
Yeah.
They're a huddled mess at the minute, the three of them.
I've practiced. I've trained for this.
He's on top. I have faith in you.
I'm on top of him being on top. I don't have faith in anyone.
The role for shooting a gun is firearms and composure.
Okay. So I take composure first, right? To roll composure with firearms.
Opposite way.
Opposite way, okay. Firearms, composure, no modifiers?
Not at the minute.
Okay.
Again, everything... I could penalize you for the fact that they're a huddled mess, or I could give you a plus for the fact that he's on the ground not looking at you. Or I could say that all that shit cancels it out.
Okay. Two out of 4.
Again, the guy's busy and you're shooting him in the back, so he is not contesting you, nor is he dodging. He's very single-minded, which means literally any success equals a success. Your bullet catches him in the back, and you hear a as he continues to struggle with Katya.
Oh, we're not slowing him down enough.
Now, this dude's... He's not looking like he was stabbed twice and shot, and he is not relenting. However, before you'll move again, I need to y'all are very focused on this one dude. You're not looking into the darkness, are you? Okay. And now, let me figure out which of you it is. Joanne, do you feel like the number 1 or the number 2 is lucky for you right now?
Nothing is lucky for me right now, but let's go with a 1.
Number 1 is lucky for you right now. Flynn, while you're busy stabbing and not paying attention to the darkness, something comes out of the darkness to greet you. It is a bullet.
Oh.
It
Oh no.
slams into your midsection, and you take 5 superficial health damage, which for a kindred is always halved. So you take 3 superficial damage to your health, which would look like that, except I'm on the wrong person's sheet.
I did it.
Good. Where's your sheet?
There.
No, it's because I have 4 at once and they all wrap poorly, but yes, that looks exactly how it should. You are not thrown to the ground, but you're bloody unhappy. Certainly had better experiences with bullets, namely ones that were directed at your enemies and not at you. You don't see the firer of the bullet, but you could pinpoint where it came from. At the same time, coming into view, getting closer, is the receptionist guy with a knife. And he is charging at Joanne. Joanne, there is a man charging at you with a knife.
Fun times.
Do you intend to get out of his way? What?
I still have my phone and my gun.
Yep.
Can I quick shift and shoot him too?
You can... You don't have any celerity. But yeah, by the time it's a rush to come in and stab you. So he is literally bum rushing you, and you would be able to fire at him. But it is a very quick reaction, which means it won't be your best shot. You won't get time to calmly aim like you would have even just a few seconds at the dude's back. It's shit! Shit blast! You know what I mean? So you can.
That would probably be my response. So that's what I'm thinking.
Composure, firearms, but I'm going to have to take just one die away from you. -1 on the modifier.
Okay.
You bleed a little. Okay, let me figure out this fella's attack. Your shot goes wild, but it spooks him, and he doesn't quite fulfill his intention of rushing in to meet you and stabbing. However, he is... Once he collects himself, he's going to try again. That's a tie. You both got the same number of successes, so neither of you manages to attack the other. However, yeah, he's right up in your face. Katia. This dude would still very much like to break your neck.
I expect that he would.
Still going with the knife?
Rip and tear.
Okay. Same roll as before. Which you have a lot of dice for, I do believe.
Mm-hmm. Any penalty this time?
No, you're no longer taken by surprise. You're well aware of what is happening to you.
Alright, here it goes. How does it match up against him? You, How bad is it? Go ahead.
You go to stab him, but your arm sort of... You stop paying attention to your arm as his hands just find your neck, and oh my god, they're strong. They are crunching. You can feel the bone. Like even your collarbone is upset just by having the wrists pushing down on you. What does... It doesn't count as aggravated because it is still just his fists. They're just strong fists, but he does get extra. That would be 4. You're taking 4 superficial wounds if you know how to mark those.
So was that
Yep. That's good.
That's right.
2 more.
Okay.
I halved it for you.
Okay.
Yeah, he did really well. Like, unconscionably well. Like, I don't think you should be allowed to do that well, but somehow he managed it. Every die was a success, and there was a crit. You are not supposed to have taken 8 superficial damage, but you did, so be glad that it's halved, and be glad that it's not aggravated, or you would be dead. I probably would have. I would have massaged it if it was that bad. Not to give away the DM secrets, but
Could I shout at Flynn
shout whatever
something?
you like.
Flynn's used to be shouted at, yeah.
Like, so I've obviously just been rushed, and this guy's coming at me. So I shout at Flynn, "Flynn, lighter!"
Okay. Flynn will grab her lighter and just flick it
Just-
over.
Set fire to everything you can. Just, if it's his hair, people's arms, I don't care. Just
Oh no. Flynn does not do that.
Flynn
well,
doesn't
we're
listen.
kind of fucked otherwise. Just FYI.
Flynn's gonna instead she's gonna use a knife and prison shank this guy in front of her. Just
I mean, he's got gorilla arms. Like,
I'm flammable!
we're all flammable, but right now, like, goddamn.
Okay, what is Flynn doing? Again,
Flynn's prison shanking with a knife.
the dude. Which person?
The one that's on top of Katya.
Okay, same roll as before. No, it's not because you're using the knife. It's still strength plus melee.
Same.
It's just that you're not going to get penalized after you roll. Pyromaniac vampire is a bad idea.
It's logical though, because A,
If I die, that's what I'm coming back as.
we might actually get to see how many people
Once
we're
again-
dealing with it. Someone's hair is on fire.
You are benefited by the fact that this dude does not care about you and is just strangling. You slice into him, he again, and he's breathing very heavily, which is, well, not breathing, he's a vampire, but he's snarling very heavily in that sort of mimicking of breath that you guys tend to just do automatically when you're younger. Like, he's looking and sounding worse for wear, and at this point the grip is loosening on Katya's neck, and the bone crunching is not quite so bad. Not quite so bad. Nulai, you have a gun, and nobody's onto you.
I have a gun. So what do I see exactly right now?
With your eyes now, you can see that the security dude with his gun is standing in the shadows, aiming down to where everyone else is. You obviously saw the other dude running to Joanne. Everyone's in a big mess except for the security dude who's sort of on his own. He is not in cover, though, because he believes that the darkness is his cover.
Life's not good with guns, I know that much.
It's up to you.
Can I, am I able to shout while I'm taking an action?
Your mouth
because
works? Yes.
it's-
Yeah, you can do both.
Yes, shouting is a free action.
Shouting a brief line, sure. Shouting an essay, no.
Yeah.
Go on.
So I fire towards, I fire towards the security guard with a gun, while yelling, while shouting, "You're outnumbered! Give up already!"
And you're attempting to use mesmerize, or are you just shouting?
I don't think I have eye contact with anyone.
You don't, but maybe he'll look at you if you yell. Do you make it as an attempt, or do you not? That's the question I'm asking.
I'll make it an attempt then.
Give me a rouse check.
Oh, this is gonna be a mess.
Yeah, no hunger gain, you're fine. You shoot at him and you shout at him. Lots of shooting and shouting. Shooting is composure and firearms. He's
Which
in
is,
no cover,
fair.
which is good news for you. In worse news for you, that doesn't fucking matter. The bullet whizzes past his head. That plus you yelling, though, does make him turn. Now, I am just going to let random chance decide whether he catches your eye in time. What was the official, what was the statement? You're outnumbered, run? Or give up?
Give up.
Okay.
What's the wording I used?
I am gonna let random chance decide. He turns to you before you say the words give up, looking to where the bullet came from. You feel the surge as your blood pushes forth your will. And the guy just drops the gun, clatter, holds his hands up and starts to get down to his knees. Doesn't say anything, he's sort of like zombie-like, just hands up. You appear to have, to that guy, had an effect. Who hasn't moved recently? I believe Flynn's done a stabby. Katia has had some bad times. Joanne, be you.
I probably have to dodge a stabby.
Yes, this fellow is intending with his turn, so it can be a conflict. You can choose to dodge out of the way of his knife, or answer him with a weapon of your own as you did before.
I only have the gun. My dexterity is not great, so I feel like if I dodge, I'm probably gonna trip on something. It's dark. This is not
it's
a great
either an
position.
athletics dex check or a composure firearms check. Looking at your sheet,
Composure firearms is probably the better choice here.
yeah, you want to stop him attacking you based on your bullet hitting him, not based on you leaping out of the way.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna try and shoot him again. How many bullets does my gun have?
Enough. But you can
I've
keep track
tried-
if you want. The combat tends not to be super lengthy, and I imagine you have reloads, so it'd only be like if you'd fired like 10 of the fuckers, I'd be like, you might be running low.
Yeah, so 3 we should be able to do, and then I'll check in between now to see if I need to reload or not. Okay, so firearms, composure.
Compose yourself. And fire. Are you aiming, is it body shot? Because he's so close. Where are you putting this?
Honestly, headshot now if I can.
Right? I won't penalize you, he's super close.
And no modifiers?
No.
Okay.
Come on.
Ow.
Let's see how he does. You can succeed if he gets 0 successes.
That's a straight flush.
Fuck me. Okay then. What's the did I give you a just quickly for your gun? Did I give you a damage value for that?
I don't think so.
I did. I didn't give it to you verbally. I put it on your sheet.
Damage
There's
value
a damage
2.
value of 2. The way it works is the damage value is added to your successes, and in a contest, your successes versus his successes, the margin is your bonus damage. So if you succeed, you deal 2 damage plus however many more successes you got than him, which, fucking amazingly, in this case, is 1. Because this dude is having a bad evening. So, you shoot him. You do not shoot him in the head because it's not a good rate shot. You didn't put it where you wanted to, but there is a solid torso impact. And this guy falls and is making noises such as "Ah!"
Okay, those are good noises. Those are good noises. That means he's probably mortal, right?
It definitely was a much better response in terms of the chances of his mortality than what the fellow with the strangly hands.
That's what I'm thinking.
To be fair, this guy has the fewest dice to roll out of any of them, so he's the most likely to completely wonk.
What a luck.
Yeah. Alright. So he's unwell. And normally by now the security guy would fire again, but he is in surrender mode. So, Katya. The hands
Remind me,
are starting
is there any,
to
like,
slow. Yes?
is there any, like, expend whatever to add to a roll in advance, or is that only re-roll after willpower thing?
You re-roll your willpower after the roll. You gotta tell me you want to do it. Interrupt me if
Okay.
you need to, but you gotta do it at the time.
I think she's referring to Blood Surge.
Oh, shit. You can do that now, but... That's... That's a rouse check, and then you just get +2 to your dice on whatever you do next, but it's one roll per rouse check.
Yes, I'll happily do that in this
Okay.
next exchange of attacks.
Most specifically, I assume you are surging your strength.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter. It's whatever whatever you use in the moment, but technically it can matter if you make a mistake. All right, quick rouse check. See if you're keeping your cool. You are keeping your cool. God damn it! All the rouse checks are working at the minute. That's fine. Now, is this another stab?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you didn't drop the knife. So yes, strength and melee, but you can add your +2 modifier to, no doubt, if successful.
Here you go.
This is a lot of dice. I will roll for him, and he is not unskilled himself. Okay. Well, he doesn't beat 8. He could have, but he didn't. Let's see. This knife is... Let me find what I said about its damage value. Again. Yeah, it's a fairly light one. At this point, you get right into his midsection. It's not a messy critical, it's just a regular critical, which, like, the critical effects aren't really much of a thing when it's regular die, it's just your successes turn into 4 instead of 2, which, to be fair, is enough. At this point, the guy is well and truly not doing okay. He is still very interested in strangling and grappling you, but you feel like you could throw him off with a good bit more ease now, if you wanted. And given the timing of it all and the fact that you're grappling with him, rather than have Flynn take a turn to hit him again, I would say if you want to throw him off, have a shot at it now. Or
I could do with not being strangled anymore, sure.
Okay. That'd be strength and brawl. Your blood surge would fade because it only counts for one roll. Unless you use it again. Okay, he'll attempt to resist. Not so good. He off of you to the left or to... Oh, well, towards Flynn or away from Flynn?
Well, she's been stabbing him. Let's make it easier for her. So I guess towards her.
Okay, he rolls towards Flynn's feet. Looks up at Flynn. And he says... Why?
I don't answer. I just go for the heart stab again. See if I can freeze him.
He's had a rough time. You've got a slightly better chance now. You going with a stake?
Yeah, the stick.
Alright. You know the roll.
It was no modifier, right? It was flat.
Yes. I subtract successes once you're done, which coincidentally is the same number as before. Yeah. Like, you stick him and he's unhappy with it, but no more. It's nothing compared to what he's just been through. He's... As you pull it out, he says, I see it. I know what you are.
Stop moving!
Joanne, there is a man writhing on the ground. You have shot him.
This is a much better position than I thought I would find myself in. I heard Nurlai dealing with the other guy. We've got him on the ground. I'm assuming, is Flynn on top of our gorilla arms guy now, or?
A little. I'm not straddling on top of, but I'm looming over.
Okay. Katya's free though. That's the
Katya
important
would,
part,
shouldn't be
right?
getting to her feet. Dusting herself off.
I reckon the next thing we should, well, I would
Maybe.
probably go to help Flynn. Maybe I can hold, no, I really don't have a lot of strength. Fuck. Let me see something here quickly. I have a feeling the 1 point I took away from my stuff was 1 point that would have been useful now. Fuck, yes. Oh, shit. Okay, well. I guess I can only just shoot again, so maybe if I shoot this guy in the leg, he'll wriggle less, and then we'll have a better chance to stake him, which is, I assume, what she's trying to do again.
Okay, you can try and shoot this fellow writhing on the floor covered in stab wounds in the leg. Same roll. Composure plus firearms.
Cool.
You're
I
gonna-
aim for the knee.
Okay, you're gonna go for the kneecap.
Yes.
An old classic.
Hopefully slow him down a little bit. I still got 4 bullets, I checked.
Cool. You shoot the ground. No, actually, I'll like he's free to like move and dodge a
like-
bit, so he does get a dodge roll. He might get 0 successes. It's possible. I just doubt it. Yeah, you shoot the ground. His legs, like you shoot very close to his knee, but he's on his back now, looking at you guys, so he can see that you're doing it. And
I
unlike
guess
before, where it was completely uncontested, he's
Can
not healthy, but he's not human either. So
I throw the stake to Katya and then try and pin him?
you can certainly do something next time it's your turn. Nulai, what are you doing? You've subdued with the power of your mind the security guard, who's now on his knees with his hands up and the gun on the ground.
And we shouldn't consider him a threat anymore at this point.
He is docile.
Well, whether or not he was docile doesn't matter. Nulai panics after shooting the firearm for he is simply not used to that sort of stuff.
Right.
He drops the gun. Hopefully it doesn't, fire.
Doesn't go off. Well, I could roll, but it doesn't go off.
And he covers. He simply covers behind the table.
Okay.
He's panicking.
As you are panicking, I would like you to roll your wits and your auspex. Which I think, yeah, there's a faster way for you to do it. You've got a preset. Good God. You hear the singing again, but it's different. It's not the same calm, peppy voice as you get a messy critical. This is the voice of your nightmares, a voice of darkness, a voice that will not leave you. You will be thinking about this voice for a long time, and it is horrid. Again, it's a very short clip. You just hear, "Sundown, you'd better take care if I find you've been creeping round my back stairs." Except a demon, not me.
You could put maybe a little more pep into that song then.
Music comes back now. You hear that, and you just feel like there is danger. You're not losing your mind. You don't feel safe. The surrendered guy is surrendered. The dude with a bullet wound in his gut continues to writhe in agony. Our battered vampire on the floor is just... He's stopped coming at you at this point. He's staring up at the people who keep shooting at him and stabbing at him. And he says, "Thought you were food." Have you seen him? Have you seen Nathaniel? Do any of you attack him again at this point?
If I have an opening to do so, most certainly.
He is clocked out. He's just asking questions and lying on the floor. What do?
I'm just gonna keep stabbing. This dude tried to break my neck.
Fair enough. Go ahead.
I want to know more about this Nathaniel character.
You can't stop the stab, which sinks into his flesh. And he does not resist or stop. He's just spaced at this point. And as it goes in... What?
We can't really kill him, right? Unless we sever his head. Could we immobilize him?
You know the drill. Chopped off head. Fire, sunlight. Those are the usuals. If you keep hurting him, eventually he will fall asleep into torpor, which you cannot wake him up from, generally, unless you feed him the blood of one of your kind. But it has to be a stronger blood than his own. That's one of the lessons Juliet would have taught you. Knife sinks in, and he's...
What comes out?
Remember what I just said about torpor? Yeah, his eyes are shut.
Can I get a word in before he does that? Or
before he goes to sleep? Yeah, before the knife sinks in? Probably not. I'd say Katia is pretty focused on her plans there.
No, it's alright, don't worry about it.
Okay. You have a dude writhing on the floor in pain. You have another guy surrendered. And the vampire is asleep. You could stake him, but I don't... You guys know enough about torpor, at least Flynn and Katia do, to know that it wouldn't do much at the minute. and he is not going to wake up for probably weeks.
Well, I want to take his bloody head off, personally.
Does
I'd like
anybody
some,
does anybody prevent Katia from going in for a decapitation?
Yes,
I do.
I want answers.
He's a feral. I don't think he knows much of anything of value. But
Well, it
take
depends.
him if you want to question him.
Were we
Or if
sent
you
here
want
to
somebody
kill
else
him?
to do it.
Like, were we sent here to kill him, or were we sent here for him to take care of us as a problem?
Oh, that's a good question.
Because this is a very well set up murder hotel. If that bartender knew what he was sending us into, sort of brings his word into question a bit there and his intentions.
Maybe, but then also we were 4 vampires in his office and 1 guy, and we have resources at our disposal, which I'm assuming he thinks are extensive, given we kind of said we're a government. So,
I mean, he might not care either way. I mean, it's win-win for him. Either the irritating guy is dead, or we are.
I think that's something to ask him later. If you want any questions out of our boy on the floor here, you'll need to wake him up first, and that isn't easy.
We give him to Mikael, I guess.
that's pretty much what I'm thinking.
The 2 humans
I-
continue to whimper.
Oh, shut it.
Oh, fuck.
Actually,
The guy with the
No,
bullet
you
wound
can't.
is bleeding a lot.
He's probably gonna die, and honestly, I'm not inclined to stop him.
I'm not
I-
all that inclined to go to the aid of someone who tried to kill us.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Will.
He's incoherent. You think he's trying to tell you something, but he's not. The dude who surrendered, meanwhile, is still just kind of blank-faced.
Flynn will take out a first aid kit and
Oh.
try and help him.
Well, I guess to be useful, I'll pat down the surrendered guard, make sure he's got no other weapons we don't know about.
Can Nulai compel surrendered guy to tell us something, maybe?
Nula is not in a sound state of mind right now. Nulai is collapsed behind the table, just like almost holding his legs like this, and just almost lulling himself to what almost seems like a nightmare.
You're aware, Joanne, you're aware that compelling people to give you information requires a very fine level of control. Juliet would have told you that. It's one of the hardest things to do, and that people who are just getting started with mesmerism and such, so if you tell someone to speak, they'll just go blah 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 until you tell them to shut up. Which Juliet would have demonstrated, and it was very weird.
Useless with regards to stuff like that, so...
Flynn, just make a quick medicine intelligence roll as you patch this guy up to see whether you manage.
Yeah, I'm just trying to stop the bleeding, really, that's all. Like, I'm not going out of my way.
Yeah, make the roll. Wasn't difficult. You manage.
No, but I could have eaten him.
That's true. You could have eaten him. You didn't. Well done. The bleeding has stopped and he's whimpering, but he's, like, barely conscious at this point. The surrendered guy is still just kind of blank-faced. He's done his job. He's waiting for a new job. Flynn, you get a text message. Are you dead?
I'll just respond, like, I'll have like, one hand is, like, holding a bandage on my own sort of abdomen. The other hand, I'm just texting Mikhail back and just, not yet, winky face. Need to find a way out. Found vampire dude. And 2 ghouls? Question mark.
You a little bit of time goes by first. He doesn't reply. Does it? Yeah. Okay. So you've got a little bit of time in this basement to look around, perhaps speak to the conscious dude. The guy that was bleeding for a bullet wound is okay, and the vampire is in torpor.
I'll look for a light switch.
Takes you a bit, but you do find one buried and around. You shine the light on this basement room. There's a lot of cluttered stuff. You guys can see the 3 dead bodies that are older. You've been smelling that the whole time, by the way. There's blood stains in a lot of places here. A lot of dilapidated furniture and such. And a big stack of Nathaniel posters. That catches your eye real quick.
Can I take one?
Yeah, you can roll it up and take it, yeah.
Yeah, I'll take one.
Just any?
Yeah, any.
You know, specifically, I want the yawning person or I want the grinning person.
No.
Okay, you take one, and when it's not small, you have to hold it, but yeah. As you guys are looking around, you hear thumping. Really loud thumping coming from above. And Nulai, you hear that same line again. Same voice. Sundown, you better take care if I find you've been creeping around my back stair. And the thumping, 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 smash, thumping, thumping, smash, stomp, stomp, stomp. Is anybody here?
Come on down if you like.
Am I going to get my face bitten off?
No, but we could use a cleanup crew.
Ah, fuck. It smells like several people died in here.
Looks like several people died in here.
That would add up mathematically. Mikhail appears. Looks around. Ah! A shit show. Great.
And I look over at the security guard who we subdued, and smells like it too.
Mikhail looks at the torpid vampire. This would be our Melvin.
Allegedly.
Looks like he's out. I assume you tested. He looks at your blank faces and kicks the body. Now it has been tested. He looks to the now unconscious, bleeding guy. Looks at Joanne. Looks at Flynn. Looks at Katya. Who's...
And then I'll point to the prone Melvin.
No. Who put the bullet in it? Well done! Yes! I knew you had it, didn't you? Okay. The, barely conscious dude stirs at that loud noise. Speaking of okay, he is not. I assume he attacked you.
Yes. And speaking of not okay, Nulai over there.
Mr. Boxman! Shit got rough, didn't it?
Nulai just outright ignores everything that is going on. Like he is not hearing anything. He's not responding to audio.
First time shooting someone, I think.
Good for him. We'll give him space. He walks up to the security guard that is surrendered. Hello, my friend. Hi. So, did you come here often? What? You look like you do security for this building. Now, if I were in charge of security, one of the things that would interest me is if there were corpses in the basement. Uh-huh. Do you have an explanation for the corpses in the basement? No. You're not all together here, are you? No. He pats him on the head, shrugs. It is a shame our Melvin is not awake. I don't think either of these two have been people for a while. Husks. They do what he says. Now he is probably not going to tell them anything in the future. Quick question. Is he... What is the plan here? Are we getting rid of our problem?
I would love to.
I have questions.
My questions involve whether or not... Well, the level of Flanagan's involvement in sending us here.
What the fuck is in your hand? He's looking at the poster.
It's Nathaniel bullshit. It's nothing.
What?
Well, I'll point out one thing. Those posters were all over the neighborhood, except for the bar. I would guess whatever a boy was up to, Flanagan didn't want any part of it.
Mikhail examines the Nathaniel posters. Shit. I'm sorry, Katya. Can't let you have this one. We've been looking for, We've been looking to find something out about this, little group. I'll be very fucking disappointed if this man is the extent of it, though. I mean, these posters are popping up in different places. Not citywide. They're always very concentrated. They can't just put up 3 posters and think, that's enough, good, the word will be spread. No, no, no. The whole fucking street has to be covered in it, so that there is Nathaniel everywhere you look. You will you will go to sleep, and Nathaniel will be there staring at you with those fucking eyes.
Well, get him out of my sight. What you do with him is not my concern.
You have done well. This place is quite fucked. And these, he points to all of the human bodies, the ones that were there before you and the ones that you, the one that you created. All of these, no doubt, have families who are very, very confused. So, this is not your job.
I told you, murder hotel.
Ah, but you were the murderer, which means, frankly, you won. Actually, you didn't kill anybody, but never mind. I thank you for your service to the city of Shadeport. I release you from responsibility over this fucking pigsty. I assure you, this will be cleared. There will be no police business. Oh, by the way, speaking of police business, he looks at Flynn.
Yeah.
Everything went fine.
Okay. The man is in the box.
The man? What man? There is no man.
There was a man in the box. I thought we had the man in the box.
Yes, we did, and now he is before us. Isn't it a miracle? Nah.
Yes.
As I say, you are done. You are done. I suggest you get some rest. It was a big day. Did you say in front of... I can't remember, was Mikhail there when you talked about Flanagan being maybe... I guess you'd share your suspicions.
I did.
Wise. Always wise. To me, there is not clear answer here. It is possible that he hedged his bets. Tested you, thought. If you win, no allies. If you lose, one problem goes away, another one remains. in all kindred dealings, you keep your enemies close, for you have no friends. But you can talk to him. Be as intimidating as you wish. Perhaps that will get you somewhere, or perhaps that will create resentment that will lead to problems down the line. There is no clear answer here. If you can prove that he is against us, then by all means, do to him what you very much would like to do to this one, Katya. But I would say you don't have enough to be sure at this point. And it is worth the risk to make a friend, I would say. Well, make a contact who knows the people of these streets, the kindred of these streets. We have a lot of question marks.
His wiki is good too.
I can scout, I can learn things. I knew about this guy, I just didn't tell you. I wanted to see how it would go. But don't worry, I'm not going to do that to you regularly. But more groups, factions, anarch gangs, cults, whatever else. They are harder to pin down than independent fledglings walking around making messes and running their own pubs. So it would be good if we could keep Flanagan around, even if he is plotting. Does not matter. We can keep an eye. I think we are done here. Are there questions, comments, concerns? I will speak with Nulai. I do not think today was a lot of fun for him.
I think we should get Nulai back to the compound as soon as possible. And clean up the mess. This has been an eventful night.
The mess will be cleaned. I don't require that of you.
Well then. Mikhail, if you can handle Nulai, I really want to go out right now. Just clear my head. You know what I mean?
Certainly. Do the others happily agree to call things here? And
Yeah.
Mikhail would approach Nulai, and he doesn't say anything. He just sort of looks and waits for Nulai to acknowledge him, I suppose.
After a short but yet still so long feeling moment of just empty staring, demon's voice.
What did it say?
It was a warning. I'm in the wrong place. In the wrong time.
I can get you out of this place. I do not have a time machine.
Please.
Come. He doesn't grab you, but he ushers you.
Nulai slowly just pushes physically himself up, props himself up, partially by using the table that he has been covering behind. And without any additional thought, including leaving the gun on the floor, he just slowly walks towards the stairwell.
Mikhail would notice that the gun he gave you is on the floor, and he would take it with him. He doesn't give it to you, he just takes it with him for now. He leads you out. The others, I assume, are waiting because you all came in the same car, except for Flynn in the bike. Does Flynn take off or stay?
Flynn's gonna take off. She needs a drink. Someone to fix her bullet wound, I guess.
Fair. Okay. You head off. The others, Mikhail makes a phone call. You hear him sort of... He's arranging for pickup and cleanup and all that stuff. All the less interesting stuff. and talks about
Miss-
how there's a torpid vampire that needs to be cared for, and well, cared for in the sense of we need answers from him, not that we give a shit about his well-being, but he doesn't get too specific. And pretty much at this point, y'all are good to finish, and to you're still staying at the prince's mansion. That offer is extended. I imagine we'll get a bit of a time skip going between this session and the next, as your haven is worked on and built so that you will live in Crestville, and then maybe in that time you would then come back and talk to Flanagan, but you'd take a break, just have a break from it all. Juliet is quite happy with what you did. She thinks it was good that you were able to use diplomacy on the one guy, and it was good that you were able to successfully fight off your attacker. She sees that Katia is very worse for wear. Rather than play it all out, I would say that given the time skip, you guys are able to sort out your hunger levels and your damage, so that when we return, you guys would be at full health, and your hunger would all be 1, unless you fail the rouse check at the start of next session. So those of you that sustained damage and that can wipe it clean. The important thing is that you didn't any of you go into torpor during the fight. Now, yes?
Willpower as well? Or is that...
Yeah, your willpower will come back.
Okay.
You'll be good and fine. Nobody took aggravated damage, so no one's in trouble. Aggravated is more important to be careful with in terms of the healing. Does Nulai just want to crash, or does Nulai want to follow up on the envelope that he received?
On the first night, he is just out of his mind. He is not in any sane state to follow up any train of thought that developed during the day.
We're over time, so at the start of next session we can, I guess, do a sort of recap of any important things that happened in the 2-week break. By the end of the 2-week break, the building will be purchased and renovated a little. Obviously, it takes a long time. And you guys will be able to officially move in, though it won't be a public artist's place yet until all of the work is done. But that's, I imagine, where we will end this session, if no one else has any pressing things.
Nothing pressing, but Flynn would like to put the poster of Nathaniel up on the wall of her flat.
Interesting. Okay. You do that. As you guys turn in, everything calms down. But we'll turn our minds ahead a bit to just a few days later in the early evening. God knows what the 4 of you are up to, but in another part of the city, not too far from the warehouse that you visited in your first session, a young man walks down the street, hands in his pockets, hoodie, trying to look uninteresting. He arrives at a bus stop where a guy is sitting there. Short fella. Like, not... about, 5 feet, just below average. Kind of mean-looking face, this dude sitting at the bus stop. He looks up at the young man. Says, "Report." And the man says, "Yeah, they, 3 of them. We've heard that they were poking around in Crestville. They were seen in the Irish pub there, the Crack House." "Huh. Cause any trouble?" "No. Just went in and had a drink. There was another one with him." "Yeah. We think it was the body." "What?" The body that they were dragging out. He's up and moving, and he's with him." "Shit. Okay. Well, keep watch. See what the fuck they were doing on our turf. And with that, our time in Shadeport, City of Dread, is over for now. Thank you, friends, those of you that were watching, and my 4 wonderful players, Snip as Nulai, Raptor as Flynn, Blue Moon as Katya, Ruthie as Joanne. I won't keep y'all much longer because we did an extra hour, but nobody complained or said I have to go, so I assume everyone was happy and enjoying themselves in the murder hotel.
Yay, we got an extra hour with Gav.
Yeah, exactly. It's brilliant.
Make it sound like we're paying by the hour, Snip.
I would have been upset to miss the suspenseful action. Like no, the cliffhanger would have been too much for me for 2 weeks. As it is, it's
right?
bad enough.
Yes. And
It was late, but I wanted that to finish before I said anything.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, well, at long last, we come to our end. Is there anything that's going to get in the way of 2 weeks from now a session?
Not that I can anticipate now, no.
Same.
Not that I know of.
Cool, well,
You asked that as if I plan my days 2 weeks ahead.
maybe you should.
And
Sunday the 28th of February will be our intended next session, but as always, things can get in the way. Next session we will have our gap, and then you guys will have a lovely new headquarters. Crestville has, to the best of your knowledge, been brought under control. One kindred who lives in the neighborhood, hopefully an ally, the other one taken care of. You'll find out more, maybe, as to what happened to Melvin the torpid Nathaniel cultist. Or maybe not. He's in Mikhail's hands. See how much Mikhail wants to tell you.
I have many questions, and I'll be going to Juliet with some of them. So,
I suggest noting down the stuff you want to ask so you can remember. As I said, we'll be doing a time skip, and the way I'm going to do that is we'll talk between the sessions as to what gets done, and the important, interesting stuff at the beginning of next session we will present to everybody, but we'll sort it out. So, like, something as simple as Katya trains with Mikhail to learn animalism doesn't need to be played out, but something like Joanne corners Juliet with a whole bunch of questions, we'd play that. Nulai calls the phone number, we'll play that out. Flynn eats more people, we'll play that out. You know, it depends on what it is.
I ate one person.
For now.
there's once more Flynn dinner, so
Okay.
I think
I will say
Flynn, you...
fare thee well to everybody now, since it is super late and I'd like to go. Thank you, and good night. Don't get eaten by the vampires.